Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the May 5th? Is it Cinco? Okay, May 5th special board meeting workshop. If you could please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Thank you. Okay, we have our consent calendar. We have announcements. Madam Kaiser, you must have an announcement.
So today, May 5th, is the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. The color red is the symbol of that day, and they are the largest group of women who have gone missing. And since I have 2 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren that are all Indigenous, I'm proud to announce this day.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Oh, Mr. Hanlon, yes, announcements, please.
Thank you. Yes, I have a good announcement. The results of the CUTA vote came in. I just wanted to let the board know that they voted on a number of things, but one of them being the Memorandum of Understanding for a full day for next year. And it passed with a 97.2% approval rate. So very good news. So we are ready to go based on the board's last decision at the last board meeting. Yeah, we'll be bringing the tentative agreements forward to you. That's a little different. That's the tentative agreements. We come forward to you on May 19th, but this is an MOU with, for the startup of school next year.
Thank you. Yes, very good news. Okay, now is, we have another announcement. Member Dalby.
Thank you, Madam President. So I have just 2 things. I wanted to follow up with Dr. Kaiser's announcement on today being Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Day, and just take a brief moment of silence for those who are still missing. Thank you, and just hope that we can all encourage policy and anything that we can to be change agents to bring those women home. And I'd also like to recognize this is National Teacher Week. And so, yes, National Teacher Appreciation Week. It would not be appropriate to have a board meeting and not acknowledge our teachers out there. So for all of my fellow educators that are listening in or not, thank you so much for all of the hard work that you do and for being our boots on the ground and folks in the trenches and doing all of the good work with the leaders of tomorrow. So just happy Teachers Appreciation Week, and thank you for all that you do.
And we do have a resolution for that on the agenda, so thank you for bringing that up because it's important to recognize throughout the whole meeting.
Dr. Kaiser.
I call on Erica to announce the fundraiser for the PTA.
I can help out there. The District 13 is having their honorary service awards in a different manner this year. This year they are doing a drive-through dinner. So if you are interested in being able to participate, the funds that they raise are for PTA scholarships. So if you're interested in participating, please contact either Erica or I, and we can get you the form and get you signed up.
I just want to add to that that this particular vendor providing the dinner is a personal favorite of our superintendent. So just in case anybody wants to buy Superintendent Staley dinner, that would be a great preference.
I already got one. I was on it.
Oh, 13th District does great work. We've participated in years when we weren't having restrictions. So thank you, everyone, for bringing those issues forward. Any other announcements? Looks like we're done. Thank you, everyone, for participating in announcements. And now number 3, the consent calendar. Is there an item on the consent calendar that anyone would like to pull for further discussion? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to pull an item for further discussion? No, seeing none. I would entertain a motion. What's the board's pleasure?
I move to pass the consent calendar.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Kaiser, a second by Mr. Landau. We'll start with a voice vote for our first vote of the evening.
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, I.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you, board. Okay, business services was the contracts were part of the consent calendar, excuse me. I don't need to go there. Okay, our next item number 4 is the main reason we're here tonight and the main reason we're here tonight. There's been a lot of thought and work put into this workshop. The board, just for some history, the board chose this topic last year when we gathered to select our workshop titles for the following year. So it was important to us last year. It was important to us 5 years ago, and we finally have it on the agenda to bring the board up to speed on what the district is up to and where we think we might need to go next. So I'm going to turn this over now to, who's the lead on this? Mr. Marchant?
Yeah, I'm going to pass it over real quick, but our board workshop tonight is on addressing issues related to equity and biases in our schools. Our 2 board liaisons on this were Caitlin Dalby and our president, Eileen Robinson. And our 2 leads for Ed Services on this will be Tina Keene and John Shepard, so I'm going to pass it off to them.
All right, thank you. John and I are really happy to be here tonight sharing information with you about implementing our equity-based MTSS and addressing issues related to equity and bias in our schools. John and I are true teachers at heart, and we hope we can provide clear information to all of you tonight. So tonight's presentation is going to be divided into 3 sections. The first one is understanding the overarching structure of the CUSD equity-based multi-tiered system of support. You'll hear me call it MTSS for ease moving forward for our students and staff. The second piece is to understand the current efforts underway to address our equity and bias in our district. And the third step tonight to cover is understanding the future plans under development to address equity and bias in our district. We were asked by one of our board members to supply a definition of equity. We hear a lot about equity, and I think truthfully, I think there are a lot of definitions that people have for it that are different. So one definition that came out from the University of Southern California Equity Now training is as follows. Stick with me, it's a little cumbersome. Crafting solutions, meaning best educational or relational practices, policy making, system design, etc., that meet the needs of different groups based on their histories and access to resources. Outcomes oriented, and it's different than equality or sameness. Equity deals with specificity. That's where I think it does get a little muddy. I know for me it did, really learning more about this. The simple version, the way I like to think about it too, is equity is ensuring that each and every student has access to get what he or she needs to move forward in a successful way. This is a graphic representation. There are lots of them out there. This is one that just kind of speaks to me personally. You can see equality is a little bit different than equity here. And this does give you a representation of the wheels on the ground in one way, but the equitable way would be the wheels on the ground that all students are moving the same direction with what they need, he or she needs. You know, one thing that struck me too as I was looking at graphic representations is just personal examples of equity. And John and I had many discussions about this. Even I know raising my own kids and or family members, we can all think about these things when you have a child that is maybe more interested in going into the health field. As my daughter, as she got older, she's looking for things, activities that help support her learning about going into the health field. So an example is she looked at the HESI program, which is a program open to high school kids to do that, to explore health opportunities in the workforce. Then my other child, a son, is interested in outdoors and welding, and we go down the road of thinking, okay, what are some things that he's going to be interested in and needing to acquire so he can achieve what he wants to achieve too. So we have those examples that happen, I think, in all of our lives, and once I really sat down and thought about it, I could see a lot of those. All right, it's a big definition. Stick with me. Equity-based MTSS. California's multi-tiered system of support. It's a framework, and that's the best way to think of it. It's a framework that aligns three pieces: academic, behavioral, and social-emotional learning in a fully integrated system of support for the benefit of each and every student. MTSS offers the potential to create needed systematic change through our intentional design and redesign of services and supports, and they quickly identify and align with the needs of each and every student. I do want to point out too here, we have a lot of gratitude moving forward for the board's decision to look at an MTSS coordinator in one of the first pieces of approving funds that were coming through. That was super exciting. I know to all of us in Ed Services that you supported that and did that for our MTSS coordinator and our .2 TOSAs. We'll hear more about that design and where we're going with that in a few minutes.
TOSAs, Teachers
On Special Assignment. Yes, thank you. Another acronym. A little history about how equity-based MTSS came to Chico. Many years ago, Butte County Office of Ed was invited to be part of a grant through Orange County Office of Education. Orange County represented the urban piece of MTSS implementation, and Butte County, of course, represented the rural piece of implementation. That partnership still continues today with the two departments. And many years ago when it came in, probably 6 or 7 years ago now, I was a principal at a school here, elementary school at McManus, and we were asked to be part of this implementation. So that was my first foray into what MTSS is, and had a lot of really great experience and learned a lot with that. So I'm really excited to see it continuing. Here's a graphic that I really like this because it does show the three pieces that we talked about, how we were going to serve each and every student with academic support, behavioral support, and social emotional support to make up our whole child. Pieces, it's kind of hard to see on here, perhaps from a distance, but there are 3 tiers in each of the circles. And those 3 tiers are best described on the following page, the following graphic, as universal support being tier 1. Those are the services we give all of our students. That is, for example, reading instruction in a 3rd grade classroom. Every student gets reading instruction. The second tier, supplemental support, might be when our data shows that we need to reteach, we need to pull, we need to do some different things to ensure that the gaps are being filled and don't widen if students need that. And then the 3rd tier is the intensified support. So you can see if we flip back, John, to the concentric circles, this applies in all 3 pieces, not just academic, but also with our behavioral and our social emotional. We do know that tier 1, I'm sorry, John, to have you go one slide forward. These work in tandem. The universal support is of utmost importance because that's what we want to make sure all of our students are receiving, each and every one of them. And there are big efforts to make sure that we are consistent with that design. And again, you'll see kind of moving toward a district-wide framework with MTSS, how that works in.
Matt?
I
Yes.
have a question. Thank you, Madam President, excuse me. So where would a student that excelled, you know, say out there, we have our little Beethoven or our Albert Einstein hanging out here in Chico Unified, how would we identify that person, cut them out in the context of this?
I would suggest that that student is actually can be served in all 3 levels. If you look at the different levels here, universally, they're going to receive similar supports regardless of their academically rigorous pathway. If they're interested in challenging a more rigorous pathway, they may need some supplemental support. And obviously the 5% of the 5%, they may need some intensified support. So for example, we talked about during the summer, we're fortunate enough to be able to offer an AP seminar for students to attend. And in my opinion, that would be an example of intensified support.
So AP, and I know there's more on AP in the future of this presentation, but do we have a track, let's call it tract, for people who qualify for it and then move into it? Or is this something that, you know, everybody can participate in if they want to?
Everyone can participate in advanced placement courses and IB.
So there will not be unique attention given to a student who is, you know, or students who are very well advanced in a certain category.
When you say unique attention, just put that in context for me.
A class dedicated to, you know, kids who are the best at this.
They're going to be in an AP class, which puts them in a whole different category.
Right.
If it's AP calculus than regular calculus, that's a specialized class. And a unique class compared to a regular calculus class, or AP chemistry versus a regular chemistry class.
Is there a standard, like you have to have a certain, you know, grade point within that field in order to get into that class, or?
No, there aren't any. There are some prerequisites in terms of preparation. For example, most students to move into AP chemistry are typically your higher advanced math students, just because the correlation between the 2 courses. So those conversations, thankfully, those conversations come out in enrollment registration meetings with counselors and parents.
Thanks.
The last time that I was aware of how AP structure worked and entrance expectations was, given by the AP program, which is beyond just our school district, and this is a question to make sure I'm still understanding correctly, that the only real requirement, except for maybe the previous course to build on to the knowledge, would be the interest to be in that class. Not like a standardized test that they have to pass or anything like that. And is that still the case?
Yes.
And wouldn't we consider that in the spirit of equity, because there aren't hurdles that may have some kind of implicit bias that we might not yet be aware of? If we're creating a track, so to speak, that has some requirements, wouldn't that be considered a potential source of implicit bias in keeping certain students out of that track?
Well, it would be in context. It would be in case by case. I wouldn't want to assume that there'd be implicit bias in every situation. And so it's hard to answer that question in totality for every student, you know, who's interested in AP. I think what's important when we look at this multi-tiered system of support is we're not just talking one piece of one system. We're talking now about every piece of our whole system supporting each and every student. And if that means supporting a student who may not be interested in an AP class, but a teacher recognizes that that student should very well be in that AP class regardless, that's where bias might be beneficial, right? Hey, we need you to be in this class because you've worked hard to be in a class like this. So
sure. I think the context too that I was thinking, it happens most frequently with these types of classes, even at the elementary level. I mean, we can take GATE, for example. You know, the GATE entrance requirements for GATE are typically passing a test in, you know, mid-elementary school. Not always. I know that there's other ways to get in. But a lot of times, it's the parents who have a special interest in their student pursuing the GATE test and, doing practice tests and things like that, which would cause a bias towards students who have more at-home support to go into those accelerated programs, rather than opening it up and encouraging all students to either try to apply or to get rid of the GATE program and just meet each student where they're at to help them accelerate in the way that each student needs to accelerate.
We're going to come back to GATE, to that process too.
That was just an
later.
example in
Right,
context.
right.
Same
And-
thing with honors and AP and all of those things.
I was exposed through the equity and bias courses that Kelly and Caitlin and I have been taking over the last couple of months. And a couple of examples that really hit home with me about historically what has happened is that there's a bias in looking at a population of students like, say, our Latinx population that's coming into elementary school, and that they aren't necessarily expected to focus on a rigorous academic placement forward, and that in and of itself is a bias toward a whole population. And there were studies and examples of how that historically has happened over the process of public education. And it made sense to me, having been, in the elementary schools for so many years, of where it's not necessarily owned, as in we don't talk about it, we don't see it in ourselves, but it's there and it happens, is what you're looking at in the universal support, making sure that that's not happening with any particular part of our student population. The examples were also students that are at the lower ends economically, and may need not only extra support, but a different kind of support that matches their need. Are we going there?
yes,
to be
I
I
able
think
to
you're
cover
jumping ahead and
Yeah,
really getting right
we're
into
so
what
excited that you want us to go there, and we're going to
Okay.
get there.
Thank you,
Because
goodbye.
that is a huge piece of this, and we need to make sure we do. Yeah.
To circle us back to the multi-tiered system of support, it truly is equity-based in its design. And by saying that, kind of an example is what you just mentioned, is looking at all students and what those students need, and it may be different as we assist all those kids. When we really started to look at the potential of learning loss coming through this COVID pandemic, with the addition of a lot of monies coming our way, it's time to connect all the dots together, to look at that whole child, to look at the academic support, to look at the behavioral support as they come back to school, to look at the social emotional supports they will need. I call it all of the stars just kind of aligned, and we have this tremendous support with the financial piece to help us get there. So by starting to build, well, I'm not at that slide yet. Before I get into that though, to support the fact that equity and MTSS connect together, equity is, and again, this slide came from the California School Board Association presentation as well. So there are some pieces to it that do explain a little bit more about equity and the challenges to it, and how can we have actions that create it. There's a lot here in this slide. It's a lot to think on and chew on. I encourage you to do that. It's very clear and very succinct.
Just something,
Yes.
sorry, thank you, Madam President. The list on the far left, what does equity mean? Intentional shifts in mindset, policy, and practice that prioritize the interruption of systemic inequities. How would that value put forward there, compete with our objective of academic achievement for our students. This isn't just the idea or the school of thought that we should be in the business of educating kids and not focusing on, prioritizing the interruption of systemic inequities.
I think the last word is the focus of that question, that the inequities would need to be addressed. And we're going to get further into some why here in a second from a data perspective and also from an experiential evidence perspective that will demonstrate some of the possible inequities in the district. But that key word at the end of that paragraph, I would think, enables us to include the prioritization and can help move us forward.
And in short, it's all about education. It's about making sure all of our students get the highest level of education possible and achieve at the highest levels, regardless of the background that they come from. So it is education, it is academic achievement.
So as we mentioned, we know that there always needs to be a why. There has to be a why behind these conversations. And if you look at this slide here, there's some why built into this, but we also need to talk locally about our why, and so we've invited Tim Karras to discuss some data with us. Some of this has been shared in different formats in the past, and there is some new data that's been requested by some board members. So we're going to turn this over to Tim Karras, and Tim, just let me know when to move forward.
All right, go ahead, John. Good evening. So I'm here to present data, and throughout the presentation of the data, you'll note that we're presenting all student groups as identified by the state of California within the school dashboard system. And the reason for that is when we talk equity, we're not just talking race, ethnicity, we're talking all groups of students. Each group of students comes from a different background and has specialized needs. So we're talking about all student groups throughout this presentation. Another thing to note about our slides is that the wording on the student group names comes directly from the California State Dashboard. Okay. So the first slide is our enrollment in Chico Unified for 2021. We can see that our English learners at 5.9%. We do a significant amount of work to assist that group. Our highest of the top 5 non-racial and ethnicity student groups is socioeconomically disadvantaged. So those are students on free and reduced lunch, or are foster and homeless, or migrant, or have parents without a high school education. As we move down into the race and ethnic student groups, we can see white is by far our highest at over 55%, and Hispanic is the next highest at 27.3%. And I'll put this in perspective, comparing it to the city of Chico as of 2019 and our staff as well on the next slide. Go ahead, John.
So Tim, I'd just like to interrupt really quickly. I just want to reinforce what he said. So we have the state descriptors, and what aren't up there are some student populations that we have to always keep in mind. For example, our LGBTQ plus population. Mm-hmm. We need to be sure that we're considering all populations as
Each and every
student, every day, as we're working through our multi-tiered system of supports. I just want to keep coming back to every student, every day.
Right, so when we look at, we've talked a lot about staffing in Chico Unified, and John and Tina are going to get into that later in the presentation. And so when we run numbers based on staffing as of a couple weeks ago, student demographics this year, and a City of Chico census numbers from 2019, and I provided the link for the source at the bottom of this slide. We wanted to get an idea of how do our schools mirror our community? And what we see with the African American student group, we're about half of the percentage of both our students and the city of Chico. We're a little bit higher than our students in the city of Chico with our staff at 1.8%. We're much lower in the Asian group. And Filipino data was not available for the city of Chico, but we are a little bit below the percentage of our students. In the Hispanic group, our staffing falls behind fairly significantly, very significantly from our students and fairly significantly from our surrounding city. Moving on down the line, Native American and other Pacific Islanders were about very similar to students and the city. And in the white category, we are much higher than our students, but right about on par with our city. 2 or more races is significantly below both the city and our student counts. Next slide. So when we start getting into academic and behavioral data, we can see some differences in what we're looking at is differences between the student groups below and the all students category, which encompasses, like the name says, all students. What you're looking at right now is California State Dashboard data from 2018, 2019 test scores, comparing those scores to the previous year. That's the last year we have data for at this time. So when we look at that, we can see most of our student groups performed lower than the all students category. Blue is the highest, green is the second highest, then yellow, then orange, then red. So it's pretty intuitive with the coloring. So overall, we were green with all students. And like I said, all other student groups performed lower than the all students group, with the exception of white, 2 or more races, Asian, and Filipino.
Mr. Karas, you're going to need to reinterpret for your board president. What exactly does blue, green, does it mean we're better than?
So blue is the best.
So
Then
in
green.
the Asian and Filipino student categories, we're blue.
That's the state of California that are both blue. For the Filipino category, we were blue,
blue and
then
green.
the Asian, we were green.
And the next one is green, and all students are green. That's
Yep.
the second. But down in the white or 2 or more races, we're also green.
Right. And you saw the percentage of our student body that is white. So that's reflected in the all students category as well. So that lifted up the all students category.
So our students with disabilities is lower, but compared to the state of California, we're the same.
Correct.
Okay, I get it.
Correct. And overall, compared to the state of California, we're at the same level. We, as a matter of practice, over at least the past 4 years, we've really tried to shy away from comparing ourselves to the state and counties and sites that don't share similar demographics with us, because we're not happy that our students with disabilities are orange and the same with the state. We want them moving up above the state if the state's going to stay at orange, as an example. All right, John, move on to math.
Yep, here's
All right,
math.
there we are. All right, so same idea here again, just math, reflecting 2018, 2019 scores compared to the previous year. And we see all student groups in Chico Unified performed the same or lower than all students with the exception of the Asian and Filipino groups. Any questions on math?
Is there any research as to why Asians and Filipinos do better in math and English?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
I have a theory from a student at Pleasant Valley High School that was in class with an Asian student. He has
Careful.
an Asian mother and knew that that mother checked Aries every day before that student got home from school. And so that was the student's theory on why the Asian student was just acing it in that class, was he didn't dare go home without an A.
So one thing that we also look at, and it's not displayed here, but I wanted to point it out, is when we get state test data, we're able to parse out different race ethnicities into socioeconomically disadvantaged or non-socioeconomically disadvantaged. Though we're able to get down to a finer grain level with this, and that we typically do with our Smarter Balance scores in the fall. All right, this is a lot of numbers here, so I'll just go over some highlights. But the state dashboard college and career indicator is meant to be a measure of what percentage of our students are deemed college and career ready upon graduation based on a number of criteria set by the state. So there's different ways that students can qualify as college and career ready, including AP tests, CTE pathway completion, A to G pathway completion, state seal of biliteracy, and there's more, and I will definitely be presenting that to the board upon the release of the dashboard data next year. But we're looking here at the percentage of students that are prepared and approaching prepared by any of the measures I just named, okay? So all students, last year we were 52.1%, and we did see a drop from the previous year, and when we look out at the state, we see that similar pattern for 2020.
Tim, do you
Mr.
mean
Tennis?
59 point small on my page? But what percent did you say, all students? I'm sorry, you're looking at the last year. My
For
apologies.
2020 is
My apologies.
52.1, yeah. And so we can see easily by looking at the blue lines as we go down that many of our student groups are below our all students percentage. And this is really a key indicator for us as we are here to prepare kids for college and career. Yes, sir.
So how does this compare, thank you, to the rest of the state and the rest of the country?
We are above the state average, state overall average. I have those right here. I'll pull those up. So for 2019-20, like I said, Chico Unified was at 52.1%. The state was at 45.8%.
Great. Thank you. How about national? Do you have anything for national?
There's no national measure because this is a California-specific metric.
Thank you. Foster youth, that's bad. That looks really bad. I did some math, and in 2020, we have 17 foster youth. 2 of them are prepared for college. 3 of them are approaching preparedness, and 12 of them are not in any way prepared for college out of the 17 foster youth. Can somebody tell me why that is so? I mean, we've talked about foster, this category before, but can anybody shed any light on this situation for me?
What I'd like to do is when we get to current
Yeah.
and future efforts, keep that question in mind and be sure that what we're presenting to you also affects that very significant data point. And those are the kinds of questions I think we always have to have in our mind when we're going through these efforts. Are we addressing every student every day, each and every student, including foster? So I'm hoping that when we get to that part of the presentation, that we can keep those kinds of questions in mind, because there are so many contextual indicators. There's so much causality. It'd be difficult to ferret it out for each population. What we're going to try to do is work through our efforts and address each and every student.
But I do want to say, you're asking exactly the right question that we need to be asking when students are not achieving. And what is it we need to do in an equity-based system to ensure that those students get to the level at least of the all-student population? So, I
Yeah.
mean, you're
Yes.
right on with the question.
Yes.
Right.
That is
Yes.
what completely led us down the road to look at the framework of MTSS that's consistent across all schools. Because we did see those numbers tied up with, gosh, this learning loss, tied up with this federal money coming in. Now is the time to really create a system that is consistent across all of our schools, that looks at the data and determines in a very quick time frame, it's ongoing data research to ensure that we can shift if we need to pivot to help a student group.
And I'm going to add one more thing. When we saw this data 2 years ago, and Mr. Sullivan and I went to a foster and homeless workshop, the districts that were showing better scores than we were, we went and talked to them, and one of the things that they had was a foster homeless liaison, and that's why we created that position in our district, and we're making Ritesh that advocate for those families and those students that are in that, and we're hoping that's going to help that. But as Ritesh would tell us, that every one of those 17 kids has their own story to tell that is heartbreaking, and hopefully at the end comes a good story to tell. But again, we are trying to address those needs because we see that data showing that we need to increase our support for those students.
Okay, when we look at suspension rate, I'm going to ask you to disregard the 2020-21 suspension rate because that's, I believe, is artificially low due to the limited amount of time our students are on campus this year. The 2019-2020 is really closer to an average year, but in the interest of space, I just wanted to just show that 1 year in the past. So when we see our 3.5% suspension rate for all students, we see foster significantly higher, homeless significantly higher, socioeconomically disadvantaged higher. We see higher, right on down the road, right on down the column in many of our student groups. And this is another thing that we're looking at over the past few years. And this presentation will address, the whole idea of MTSS addresses behavioral supports and social emotional
Ms. Dalby?
needs.
Thanks. I was hoping that he'd be able to finish what he was saying before I interrupted. I have a question about the suspension rate data. Is this broken down or disaggregated in a way that we can see what the suspension reasons were? And if there's any, do we have data on trends in reasons for suspension per each student population group?
We do, yes.
And I would add too that the sites, on the site level, they have all of that data and they're looking at it in their PBIS teams because that wellness team, group of people does support things like suspension and the reasons behind it and how on a site they can improve that and help students, yeah.
And where are we at with our suspension policy anymore? Because it's shifted in my experience in the last 8 years with the district. When these students are suspended, they are still suspended off-site or out of classroom, or what's our policy there, just in one sentence?
So there are both of those options are available. There can be a 2-day suspension still on site but out of the class. And there could be a range of suspensions from 1 to 5 days. 5 days is the maximum. There has been legislation to reduce the types of suspensions. For example, recently passed legislation does not prohibits schools from suspending students 4th through 8th grade for just simple defiance. So there's been some steps taken there.
But if a student in the junior high through high school, anywhere between 3 and 5, we have the option of sending them over to Academy for Change for 3 to 5 days. But like Mr. Shepherd said, usually the 1 to 2 days, we would try to keep them on campus for a type of in-school suspension.
And when they're suspended over to AFC, do they, so again, in my prior experience, and I don't know where we're at with the policies, do those students just do whatever work is assigned by the teachers over at AFC? I know that there's a mix, but there was a lot of inconsistencies 2 years ago, let's just call it 2 years ago because it was pre-COVID, where we couldn't communicate with the students. They couldn't access their Chromebooks. They couldn't get on their Google Classroom. I mean, they weren't allowed to do anything on electronics while they were suspended. So there was really this, it was like a double hit on these kids who were already struggling academically. If they got suspended off campus to AFC, then they were playing even greater catch up. But it was like they were always drowning and they couldn't ever really get their head above water.
It is a challenge.
And that's a cyclic thing, if they're feeling that way, then they're gonna act out more and there's gonna be more behavioral issues or more absences or, more truancy and.
It's a challenge. We do what we can. I know over at AFC and Cal, the suspension, let's just say suspension coordinator over there communicates with the sites, with multiple sites, with multiple kids, depending on the season, right? It's a challenge and something we need to address. In some cases, some of the work that would have normally been done in a classroom setting can't be done just because of the nature of the course. And so in that situation, the instructor, either from the school site, the suspending school site, or Cal AFC will create some work.
It'll be great to see sort of through the MTSS and our social emotional approach and behavioral approaches in the next year, where we have more supporting personnel to try to really address the academic inequities when students are suspended. I get that they're removed from the classroom for behavioral reasons typically, but that doesn't mean that they should be missing out on their academic growth. And I'm sure that there's more solutions out there that we could probably keep working towards.
Just a shout out to Orville Unified. They are making incredible progress specifically focusing on suspension and expulsion. And they have instituted some procedural and policy that we're closely scrutinizing.
Just to let you know, I absolutely support everything Ms. Dolby just said about the loss being a double whammy for the kids that are already struggling for whatever reason, and then they feel so overwhelmed about even returning to school that it doesn't work. I saw it year after year after year, being on the processing side of suspension at the school sites.
I think the numbers are a good example just to even look at, our suspension rate of our foster homeless youth is way higher than all the other groups, and we also see that their preparedness is very low, and I'm sure that there's a lot of data sourcing that's gone into that, so I'm really interested to hear what else you guys have to share about that today.
Thank you. And again, it's a perfect tie back to Mr. Tennis's question about foster and homeless, right? And so the question then becomes, why are they suspended? What's going on there? And we're gonna try to go there too. So again, focusing on why, we've presented some data. Tim's spent a lot of time making sure that we were able to organize this into presentable, consumable fashion. What we'd like to do now is kind of shift to experiential evidence. What are our kids and our parents and even staff experiencing? We really want to focus on the why before we start to talk about what we're doing and what we're going to do. So I'd like to, John Vincent's going to pull up a couple of videos for us that we've we've clipped into Dave McKay and his staff and his Equity Alliance, which we're going to talk about more. I keep saying that, but I will, I promise. Have been working hard to capture how their students are feeling, what they're experiencing, what their parents are experiencing, what some of their staff are experiencing. And so we have a couple of snippets here just to draw attention to the why. Why are we having these conversations? So we're going to start here with some students from Bidwell.
My name is Marquise Cook, and
whoa, like, don't do that, like.
where do you think they get that idea from, these stereotypes? I don't know, because most people, they say, I don't believe it, they say most black people don't have dads in their life. I'm like, that's not all necessarily true.
Right.
Because everybody has a dad no matter what, even if you're
Right.
white, black, Asian.
Can we increase volume?
They may not be there for you, and that's with any race, like, any father could just walk around you. Like, I don't know, and I tell people, oh, like, my dad's not really in the picture. They were like, why? And I'm like, because he passed away. They automatically figured that, oh, he left me, or, like, it's like, whoa, like, where are you getting these assumptions from? Like, last I checked, my dad was in my life, he just passed away, couldn't be there the whole time, and it wasn't even his fault. Like, half of the time, or some of the times, you don't even know why that person is not in their life, or even if they try to be. Like, it's never like, oh, your dad just left you because he didn't want you, or anything like that. It's just assumptions that are being made, and it's by not just white people, not just Mexicans, not just black. It's made by a lot of people. Even your own race will assume that you don't have a father because you're this race.
There was this incident last year with this kid that goes here still, and he just kept saying the N-word, and I felt really uncomfortable, not only because he was using the word, but because like my best friend, and so he was saying it.
So we just wanted to focus on that one clip. They start to go into a really rich conversation about the N-word, and that conversation goes on for about 12 minutes, but it's worth watching, just to capture what the conversation with those students was about. Really, whoop, there we go. It was really about, again, implicit bias and what do they bring to conversations. And so to hear students talking about that in middle school, we felt was pretty powerful. The next clip is a couple. The person on the right, Adrienne Jimerson, is a teacher and parent in Chico Unified with her biracial husband, and she's going to talk a little bit about her own experiences coming up to the Chico Unified School District.
From the very beginning.
Yeah, I think mine was similar. I'm adopted. I was born in Seoul, Korea, and I was adopted to a white family. My dad is Italian and my mom is white, but I mostly grew up with my dad's Italian family, so I grew up with a really big, loving, wonderful, loud Italian family. And I think my earliest experience of racism is in school, right? When we were home, when we were younger, we were in our little bubbles, and we didn't really experience that as much. Well, maybe even with some of our family too. But definitely, I remember vividly in kindergarten for the first time being out at recess and just kids chasing me around and, you know, going like this and calling me Chinese eyes and flat face. And, you know, they had like these really awful little rhymes too, I remember, you know, like it was terrible. Like, it's not even me worth saying these little rhymes about it as well. And so I remember that was my first experience of school, and I remember crying and going home and crying every day, and it not being a positive experience out on the playground especially. And then I remember, looking at my report card and having an N for behavior, which is not like me, but I wonder if that N was due to my, difficulty with what was going on out on the playground and, the racist comments that were being told to me and yelled at me. I wonder if that N had anything to do with that, what I was.
So again, just examples of why we're having this conversation and trying to keep moving forward. And I'm going to turn it over to Tina to talk more about our Chico Unified efforts here.
I just want to point out again that that teacher is reporting experiences she had in a Chico Unified Kindergarten class,
Correct.
not out of the area.
Yeah, and as we're moving to the next slide, I think it's really important to embrace the idea of Director Keen's insistence that we keep reinforcing a call in, not a call out. We're calling people into this conversation. We want to be sure we're talking about as much of this as we can. In every conversation, every agenda that we are utilizing within our district, that we're calling people in, not calling them out. That doesn't help us, but really focusing on things that we know are important to us. Again, going back to prioritization.
So the quantitative data that you saw for the why, combined with the qualitative data, which was our experiential video samples here, are those examples, again, that have led us to the equity-based MTSS idea and system. I am a systems person. I work well in organization and knowing that we can connect all of the dots to help us. We have had a lot of great things happening. We have a lot of wonderful supports in place and teachers doing things in their classroom and auxiliary staff, and we'll go through that in a minute, but we never had a way to tie it all together with a very focused approach. And this is really that focused approach, and it's got a lot of research behind it, and it does, again, look at the whole child. I say that over and over, the academic, the social emotional, and the behavioral working together to give students what they need, each and every student what he or she needs. This is an example. It's not a live piece yet. I call it the landing page for MTSS. When we started to kind of pull all these pieces together, we felt we needed to make some kind of concrete connection because we wanted to show this to people and explain it. And this is actually a live, not here, but in reality, it's live and under construction because it's fairly new. So what you would see on this if we were to have the live piece is each of these backpacks obviously is a representative of the 3 pieces of equity-based MTSS. Gives us more information about what those pieces are, so we're real clear, we have really common language that everybody is speaking. That's important. And then at the bottom, if you were to click on, each site has basically a menu of what they are doing with the funding that we're receiving to move into the supports on their campuses for social emotional support for kids, academic, and behavioral. I tell you, and we've said this before, everything is just going gangbusters with these supports right now as we're starting to prepare with using the money that we've gotten from the state and federal government. I can't tell you how much I appreciate and Ed Services appreciates fiscal and Ed Services are speaking the same language. Our business services team actually has an Excel spreadsheet labeled with social, emotional, academic, and behavioral. I don't know anybody else that's ever seen that, so great job to our business services. That really is exciting to all of us. But again, it shows you the commitment to each and every student, looking at those numbers, how can we continue to have ongoing data to see where our kids are and how we can support them. So I look forward to sharing more of this with you as we get more advanced in our building of it. Okay. One more piece that we're able to do to help connect these dots is to look at our LCAP. We know that our local control and accountability plan is what truly guides all of our school districts. It guides us with our goals. It guides us with our financial pieces that come in. And then we look at our actions and services and see if we're hitting the mark. If we're not hitting the mark, we need to adjust and see how we can do it a better way. So we have had typically in our LCAP the 5 goals that are there in yellow. We are shifting to 3 goals that represent our MTSS framework. Now, they're not just taking all the yellow out. In fact, all of the goals that we've had in our prior LCAP fit into this. As I said a moment ago, we've been doing some really amazing things throughout this time frame, and we don't want to lose track of those, but we wanted to have a real focused direction So we don't lose focus, our schools don't lose focus, and we're all speaking a common language on those three pieces to help our kids. So Tim and I in Ed Services are working on our 2021 to 24 LCAP right now. You'll see that coming your way in June, 2 times. It's pretty exciting. It's a lot of work to put it all together into pieces now, but we welcome that, and we see things that are, again, those actions and services that we've been doing that fit right into these pieces. One other thing to note on that real quickly is, while we have a district LCAP, our schools have what we call a school plan, or a SIPSA. If you've been around a while, you know that acronym. And those will come to you in May. They come every year to the board for a consent item. But all of the schools do their own kind of mini LCAP, for lack of a better term. Because of timing, they're in a transition. I work with all of our schools and our administrators to get those plans complete, because we haven't shifted completely to an approved 2021 LCAP from the board. This makes sense that it's a transition year for our school plans, and for the first time, they are putting in actions and goals that address equity, that address implicit bias, and their goals for what their sites are going to be doing with that. And I've never seen that in school plans. It is truly, truly exciting.
Ms. Dolby?
Thank you. I had a quick question about the box that says inclusive academic learning. I was just wondering if you could give us a working definition of that, and also just maybe a brief explanation of where those needs are not yet being met. What are our growth goals there? Because I have heard a lot, especially at the elementary level, that that there could be some improvements when it comes to inclusive learning, but I want to make sure I'm understanding the definition the same.
We're working on that definition literally as we speak. Tim and I had a conversation yesterday afternoon about really digging into what these goals, how they will read, because we do want to make sure they hit the mark on what we want to say. We're actually going to employ Liz Metzger, our grant writer, to make sure that our language makes sense, and she will probably add some things to it, as she always does, to make it more comprehensible and professional. So we're looking at what we have done. We took community input from our community meetings this year, and also our targeted student group meetings with our parents. We've had a lot of that input coming through. But we, welcome things. That's one of the reasons we bring the LCAP as a public hearing in June 1st, because if there are additions and things that we need to look at and examine, it's a good time to do that. It's a big document. It's about 80 pages in length, so it's beefy, and there's a lot to it. And obviously funneling through 5 goals down into 3 is a little bit daunting. So it will read a little heavy in those pieces perhaps, but we are committed to making sure we have the pieces in there that we need. It also is important for you to know with the LCAP, every year, obviously we come back and relook, did we hit those goals? We go back to Tim's data that he shares, and that's what drives what we do the next year. So it's not a one and done by any means. We continue to use that data.
When could we, John, did you want to add to that? Sorry.
Yeah, just specifically, if I can click back to a slide here, this is the college and career indicator. And let's just look at one of our targeted student groups, our students with disabilities. So to click forward to inclusive academic learning, what we're talking about there could be pushing in more students into general ed classes. So that would be a concrete example of that falling within inclusive academic learning.
Yeah, it's my broad understanding that there is more of a need of that push-in approach for more inclusive classrooms that I've heard from parents of students with special needs. So that'd be really great to see that conversation up in center with our equity discussion for sure. Thank you for bringing that up.
And again, that does coincide with the MTSS design as well, which is great.
Mr. Tennis, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Just 2 quick questions. Maybe they'll be quick, maybe they won't be, but LCAP had a name change last year in 2020. No?
Oh, I know
2019?
what you're talking about. You're talking about the LCP, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan?
Okay.
Different LCAP.
Totally
yes.
different.
Not my decision, but it was the state, yes.
So LCAP stands for,
Yeah, this
Local
LCAP is
control.
Local Control and
Okay.
Accountability Plan.
all right. And it is, define LCAP for me, if you would, please. You might have done it right at the outset, but if you could do so again in a focused way.
Our
What is
LCAP
LCAP?
really, I like to think of it as our business plan. It sets the goals that we have in place. It puts the actions that we do and maintain in our district to achieve those goals, connected to the money pieces, the financial pieces that go toward that. We have the data in there as well, so it's pretty comprehensive in a piece, and then we look at it to make sure we're hitting those marks when the data continues the next year.
So as you said it truly guides our decisions. So where do the goals on the left come from, and where do the goals on the right come from?
So the goals on the left have been they've been in our LCAP this is going back, how many years now?
Yeah,
Well,
since the beginning.
They're mandated by the state. Those are the
Yeah.
goals that the state gives us that we are required to address.
So the beginning is the beginning, what do you mean?
2013?
Yeah, there are 8 state priorities. That's kind of, to go way back, that's where it starts. There are 8 priorities that the state of California says you must hit. I couldn't tell you all of the 8 of them off the top of my head right now, but the 5 goals have to attach to those priorities. So moving forward to this one with the MTSS framework, those priorities are embedded in here as well. But again, like I said, the pieces that we've had in the past with our LCAP goals are truly able to fit into these 3 pieces of the MTSS framework. Again, more focused.
I think it's really important to mention that parent groups are held and they have a direct input into what we're doing.
Are you referring to this year here? I mean,
In fact, this year, the attendance of our parent groups was better than it's ever been.
Yes.
And part of that was pulling them into the 5 special areas and pulling those parents together so that they were with the group that was their focus.
The only change we had this year is we went into a Zoom format when we had our all-community format, and I think, but we were able to hold in-person ones when we did our breakout groups.
I had a different take with respect to the two of you. I thought that our promotion of the LCAP conversation, if you will, was basically non-existent. I think that it was, in my research, it was basically kind of an invitation-only affair, and there was never any general announcement made to invite people or involve the community in LCAP conversations. So
the invitations take place predominantly at a school site level, and without a doubt this year we had a very big focus on getting our targeted groups together, because that's what we're supposed to be doing, is making sure that those groups that are not achieving are achieving at the same level as our all-student group. So that was where our focus was. We met with foster youth and homeless, as you pointed out. That was a group that did not score very well. So we invited from each school site parents of foster and homeless students, and again, a very enlightening and successful meeting with that group, and it was well attended. We did the same thing with our English language learner groups and with our African American student groups, as well as with our special ed. And all of those, I mean, without exception, all of those had excellent attendance. It reached the capacity that we could reach within the physical building where we were meeting. So from a large scale, across the board, I take that. We can absolutely do improvement there. From the targeted groups, I think there was a lot of outreach and success with the targeted groups.
I want to say that when this started, I had contact with a lot of different teachers and parents in different districts. Nobody was doing the level of outreach that we did. We provided food, we provided babysitting, We provided transportation. They were large interactive groups, and nobody else was doing that that I know of.
It sounds like you're talking about things that happened in the past, not things that happened this year.
Well, this year was pandemic, you just heard why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be misunderstood. I think it's very valuable to reach out to all the groups that are on the target list. Absolutely, no question at all. I support that 100%. But I think that you also got to give due to the bulk of the people who were serving in the district. And I think that we really owe it to them. If this LCAP process really is, I mean, the heart and soul of the district, it's kind of what I'm gathering. And this year, it's, I mean, in the next couple of years, it's even a bigger deal than normal because we've got all this extra windfall of COVID learning loss money that has poured in here. I just think it makes sense to have a lot of community-wide buy-in, and I feel that this feedback mechanism was not available to the general, our constituents, and possibly was even curated to bring us back a specific message that we wanted at the very beginning. So
I will say we do have 2 public hearings that are coming up on the LCAP. So we can push that information out as we do every year that those are coming up. And they are also, the LCAP is also posted on our website where anyone can provide written comment. And in fact, we have to respond if there are questions regarding the LCAP. So that is an open invitation for people to review the LCAP, to give questions either in a electronic format or to come to our board meeting when we have the public hearing on the LCAP.
Oh.
And just to kind of reiterate it, I think in business terms, the LCAP is really our strategic plan for schools. So it is an important document.
I also want to add just one thing too, is that the Butte County Office of Education oversees our LCAP plan, and they have to approve our LCAP plan. And they've been with us on every step of the way. Every year we do it, and especially this year because they're using us as a model, and how we've been outreaching our targeted student group families. And she was also, Jeanette Spencer is the lead for that for Butte County Office of Education, and she was on the Zoom when we did the community meeting this past time too. And again, we talked to her afterwards about things that we could improve on. We're constantly wanting to improve our methods of doing this and doing the best that we can at this. And Mr. Tennis, we will take your suggestions, and we will continue to improve on our LCAP nights.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Now, if I want to know if this is going to relate to the extent to which this is going to relate to any decisions or anything that we're making tonight. But if I look at this form here, I identify with, or I guess I like the column on the left better than the new one on the right. Will that play into any adoption of this or anything like that? Was this given to me for information? Is this already occurred here in Chico Unified, or it might occur?
Well,
This change,
Right.
we're out with the old and with the new. So the stuff on the left is gone, and the stuff on the right is the
but
way it is now.
it's not gone. I know, once you, I'll be anxious, and anytime you want to sit down and look at it when we get to that draft form, come on in, because it's hard to put into context without it here in front of me. But all of these pieces, again, that stem from the 8 state priorities will be in here as well.
Kind of like a few years ago, the USDA got rid of the pyramid, the food pyramid of how you should eat, all the starches and carbs are on the bottom, and then you got like vegetables and then proteins and then sweets with a little capstone on the top. And under the Obama administration, they got rid of that way of looking at how you should eat. Instead, they showed a dinner plate, and this much ought to be vegetables, this much ought to be fruit. Is this kind of like that? Like is this a different way of looking at the goals that actually have not changed? Is it just kind of a different way of looking at them and emphasizing them?
It's a way of keeping everything in the MTSS framework. That's truly, that's the way I see it. We're all speaking the same language. We all consistently know across the board those pieces that support that, yeah.
So if you were to go back to your backpack graphic, right, there's the academic, social, emotional, and the behavioral. If you were to unpack those backpacks, you would find those things in the yellow on the left-hand side in that list.
You would. Not as extensive as the LCAP, of course, because the LCAP really does look at all the financial pieces that go into that. But the idea of that landing page is that, yes, schools can constantly add in, hey, we're going to add another, we're going to, gosh, what's one? Maybe they extend their Komochi, which is a social emotional learning program. Maybe they extend that a little bit, then the school will put that in there. So it's kind of a lifetime snapshot of what they're doing. That's a different landing page is kind of what I call it at a glance compared to going into the LCAP.
Yeah, I guess my point was just that we will find those things be mentioned underneath the 3 tiers of the new LCAP goals in some form.
Yeah, activities and actions that the schools have, definitely more comprehensive in the LCAP form,
Yeah.
yes.
But to specifically answer your question, the board has to approve our LCAP. And if the board says, no, we don't want the 3-goal format, we want to go back to the old LCAP, the board has to approve the LCAP. So ultimately, the board has that decision.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in. I think I have an advantage, although Kathy may have been at the same advantage that I was. When we got the 8 state mandates, and we had to work on pulling it down into something that we could work with and identify with here in Chico and make it work for us in our LCAP, because it was so broad-based that we literally couldn't focus on anything. And so we brought it into what you see there in the yellow, and yet didn't lose track of all 8. So like you say, Ms. Keene, they were all there. They were just tied in a little bit of different wording. I'm having the same trouble with going to the blue because I wasn't involved in yet, and we will be because we do have to approve it, in describing what the yellow stuff now looks like in the blue and how we're attaching that to the goals and things we're putting money and services behind in order to accomplish the MTSS singular student focus. Am I close?
You are, and I can share the slides from our last community meeting where you can see a visual representation a little bit easier on how those actions fit into the 3 goals.
Now, I have the same concern that Mr. Tennis has in how do you now go back and communicate this to the all-student support system, which are the parents, that all-student group that hasn't been involved to the extent that the targeted groups were. How do you go back and explain to them how we got where we are? I'm concerned too. You know, how are they going to know how they feel about what's there if they haven't had that kind of in-depth involvement? Because this is not easy. You know, and we are changing for good, because I like the MTSS all-student focus, making sure that every student every day gets what they need. I get that. I'm just concerned, as Mr. Tennis is, that some parents are not going to be able to follow the trail. So please keep those people in mind as we're moving forward to that first public hearing on the LCAP in June.
Of course, absolutely. One thing that might help right here too to know is that our school plans are approved by school site councils, and the school site councils have all done that prior to the May general meeting. So that group of parents has seen the school plans, and they have been talking about this shift moving this way. So if it helps, the conversation is out there. I agree, change is, presents its challenges of moving forward, and one of the biggest pieces is the communication piece of it. We do, as Kelly mentioned, we will have it on our website as a draft form. I also like to have it translated into Spanish to put on the draft form as well, and through the month of June.
Sorry, to dwell on this, thought I was done, but something you said, Ms. Keene, made me want to respond to it. And I actually did a lot of research into different sites with people who I knew at various sites. And I can tell you there was a lot of variance between how much this LCAP process was announced or promoted in any way at the school sites. There are some that had basically nil communication to parents about, hey, there's an LCAP thing going on, and we really, want you to know about it and stuff like that. At other times, you had the school site council and then the PTO being kind of given a memo about it, and that was it, and with others, they put it in their general announcement, like not peach jar, because I think that goes to everybody, right? But so there was a lot of differences from school site to school site. But I want to remind everybody, just as somebody who's kind of in some ways off the street into this world of education policy, meeting since the beginning of this year or late last year, this is boring, arcane stuff. Just so you guys know, this is dry stuff here. Okay, people aren't like eating this up, and waiting for the LCAP to come hot off the press. I mean, if we want people to know that this is the heart and soul of the school district, this is how we're going to spend our more than $170 million a year, for the next couple of years. We're going to have to do a really good job letting them know about it and how we're thinking and why we're thinking the way that we are.
Sure, I totally understand. John and I have ongoing discussions about how exciting this this is. I love it. I don't really
Yes, she does.
I do. Yes, she does. But point taken, yes. Okay, so shifting to looking at this large contingency of staff that we are so fortunate enough to have here in our district. And I don't want to start looking at these pieces of staffing without mentioning our classroom teachers. They are, as was pointed out earlier, the boots on the ground, supporting each student every day. But we also have, in building this framework, we also want to make sure we include those folks that are working across the board in our behavioral systems, in our social emotional, and as well as our academic. And you see we've got quite an extensive list of people. The pie in the sky and the plan would be to include all of these folks for their expertise in their areas, so we can ensure that the MTSS plan going forward does indeed address all needs that each and every student needs. And what does that look like? How do we pull data from that? So we're in process of really getting down to the nitty-gritty of how this group of people, along with our .2 TOSAs, I think they're in there. Yeah, the MTSS coordinator and the .2 TOSAs that have been added by this board will be pivotal to move this framework forward. So we're pretty excited about this group.
Okay, so we're going to shift to the next phase of this conversation and talk about some current efforts. And we just want to highlight some of the supports to start to drive this MTSS, drive it home. We've heard from a few of our groups that our hiring practices are something we need to consider. So as you think about the slide that Tim presented, the staffing ratios, for example. And again, we're not just talking race and ethnicity here. We're talking about all of our student groups. We thought it was important to consider how we're reaching out to future staff. And again, we're not just talking about teachers here, we're talking about all staff. So we've been doing some work to recruit and to start conversations with our partners here in the area. So for example, Ted Sullivan and I participated in a Zoom culminating course, a capstone course at the elementary and secondary placement or credential program. It was the very last class of the year, and it gave us an opportunity to have conversations with candidates about this shift in in belief that we're hoping to further. We asked for some feedback from the candidates. We had them complete a survey to really give us some concrete information about their perception of Chico Unified and why or why not they would decide to stay in the area to teach for us or to work for us. So we're having those conversations. We've been looking at our job descriptions to be sure that equity and bias are included in those, and interview questions, reference checks, anything that we do as we're trying to elevate this conversation about equity and bias in our district through the hiring process is really important. So this next step is really critical for us to consider. When we first started, and we're going to talk more about Equity Alliance here in a second, but when we first started talking about equity and bias and some things that we wanted to do, we started to reflect on how much training our staff has received. And we all kind of looked at each other and said, you know, we've had training in siloed environments, but we haven't come together and shared our experiences and been led down a path that will be sustained in relation to bias training. And so the challenge was, where do we start? And as a team, we sincerely appreciate Superintendent Staley's insistence that it starts with leadership. It starts with the administration. It starts with district office staff. So fortunately, about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, we received our first session in implicit bias training. And Tina has some partnerships that she's developed, so we appreciate that, and that we'll follow up with a second session in a week. Our intent, and this is a extremely inclusive conversation, is to train all of our staff, all 3 unions, CSEA, CUTA, and CUMA, and then anyone who's walking on, our walk-on coaches, will be trained in implicit bias. So it's a huge goal, but we're developing a professional development plan to make that happen.
Sorry, thank you. I was curious about how we can, as board members, be included in those trainings, because if we're the rubber stamp on our policy making, it's probably really important that we all also are looking at these policies through the same lens as you all are developing them.
So I did not pay Board Member Dalby to say that. I am so excited that you are interested in that, Board Member Dalby, because that would be a major goal for us to reach. I can tell you in Orville High School Unified District, their board has been trained, and that would be fantastic. We'll make sure that happens.
I'd extend that also to, just because I've had some of the trainings that I know that like trauma-informed training would be really helpful for board members to see through that lens as well. And just, anytime that we can figure out how to maybe extend an invitation for trainings to board members, I think that'd be really great. And especially if we all could, do our due diligence and make sure that we are seeing everything through the lens that the district is practicing.
All right, so I'm going to keep clicking through here. Before we go any further, there's one more bullet I would like to just quickly reference, the Harvard Implicit Association test. If you have a chance, take that test a few times. You'll find yourself wanting to beat it. You'll find yourself wanting it to represent what you think you believe. And my suggestion is, if you have a chance, take that association test multiple times and reflect on your results, because it's definitely enlightening. So just some more current efforts. We started a conversation earlier about diversifying our enrollment demographics, and specifically for our acceleration programs. So you can see here we've shifted from just subjective metrics to objective metrics. Now, there still are conversations with teachers about students, but we're not just primarily relying upon that teacher recommendation for placement in GATE or honors. So as you can see here, the first bullet, and I know Mr. Sullivan's here if anybody has any questions directly about GATE, but we've been shifting to an equitable site representation of the students who are placed in GATE. With our honors placements, again, there is still some teacher recommendation involved here, but we're utilizing objective metrics like iReady scores, SBAC grades, and local assessments. And just to reiterate, advanced placement is available to every student. And I'm going to have Tina Keene talk about the League of Stars.
Before we do that, can I
Sure.
go back to the advanced placement? I don't remember, I was, as a kid in high school, thought I wasn't qualified to get into AP English, which I was so jealous of everybody who was, because it was all the super intellectual kids, which I wasn't. But was there a requirement, like some sort of grade requirement for English or something like that to get into that class, or was that just a figment of my imagination? This would have been 1990.
So I can't speak specific to Chico Unified at that time, but I do know that this has morphed over time. And by all means, there have been very strict things that you had to do. There used to be IQ tests that you had to take to get into GATE. There used to be scores that you had to score at a certain level to get into certain classes, including honors classes and AP classes, and that was very common across the state. But what it did is it really did show bias, and we were seeing that by we were not getting a wide range of students enrolled in those classes. So it was kind of self-perpetuating. And the state has taken it on to say that, you know, we cannot deny access to any student, any course to any student. If a student wants to be in that class, then we have to allow them that opportunity in our AP classes. We have to allow them that opportunity to be in that. GATE's a little bit different in that there are limited spaces, which is why we are trying to put into place equitable mechanisms by which to allow students to be into the GATE program.
A constituent on this topic actually brought to my attention just this afternoon that the California Department of Education is actually moving toward getting rid of some AP classes. Do you know anything about that? Like for certain levels like calculus possibly for high school, there's some talk of getting rid of that altogether.
Nope, not aware
Not
of that.
familiar? Okay. I think that this kind of thing, just so everybody knows, and this could come up in our future decision-making process, I want people to know that I think this is a kind of a dumbing down of the public school system. You know, I think that there really should be, you can call them exclusive if you want. I didn't qualify for all of that stuff, but I think that to create environments where kids are really excelling in a certain subject area, I think has value, and I think that for us to have transitioned away from that is not a good thing.
I'm not sure what we've transitioned away from.
You said that over time we've morphed from the standards that we were talking about.
No, I didn't say we've morphed the standards. I said that we allow all students access. So, you know, it's not just students that score at a certain level on a test. If there is a student that, this would have been me, you know, I am not super bright, but I am really hardworking. If I want to work hard and do the work and put in the extra time to be successful in an AP class, then I should have the opportunity to do that. And at the end of that, I may very well score just as well as somebody that technically, you know, is much brighter on a some test that they took. So the standards have not been dumbed down for any of our AP classes, and I think if you talk to any of our AP students or AP teachers, they will tell you they are very rigorous. But we do want to allow anyone that wants to have access to them to have access.
And you feel that the academic integrity of those classes has not been compromised by those people coming in?
I absolutely believe that.
Well, I'm open to that.
If I can just add too, when I was principal at Chico High School, I would strongly encourage anyone and everyone that was interested in an AP course to enroll. We don't set the standards for the test, the AP test. Those are national standards. So we didn't look at, we were more interested in the pass rate. So we tried to get the pass rate up as high as we could, at the same time allowing as many students as possible into those classes that wanted to. So even if they didn't pass the test, they were exposed to some very rigorous academic work in order to get prepared for that test. So I felt at the time, and I still feel that way, is that they had the opportunity to experience those classes that were probably as close to a college-type class as they could get in high school because of the level of the tests that they were going to take at the end of the year. So, the test remains constant no matter what, and we continue to look at the pass rates, and our goal is to raise those pass rates every year.
Dr. Kaiser?
So I was head of GE for the CSU, and the community colleges participate in our committee, and then several of us would then participate with the UC's approach. So the tests are nationally constructed tests by selected faculty at universities across the United States. They are not premedicated by what kind of a grade the student gets in the class. A student could potentially get a C and still score a passing grade, and then they would get college credit and they would be recognized as AP. A student could get an A in their class, not score high enough on the test, and they would not be recognized as AP. So, and IB has similar contexts with some different participation aspects to it. But I think you have to back up. The first time our country really whipped a foam up about this was when the Russians beat us into space, and Eisenhower flipped out. And Eisenhower then said, no matter what they look like, at that point, I think gender was the main issue. If they're smart, we have to have them in science and math. And that program was funded for over 20 years. Now, Florida was segregated, as were most schools in the South at that point. But the context was, it didn't matter if you were male or female, if you scored, you were in it. And the faulty piece to this program was, besides, of course, segregation, was that they thought if they funded the summer extracurricular, so they were sending me to college between my sophomore and my junior year, between my junior and my senior year, they thought the high school would change its courses, that I would come back with, quote unquote, an accelerated course. That didn't happen. But still, you had that background, that preparation. So we have done different kinds of things, trying to get students with talent to have exposure so they could go on and excel. I was dyslexic. Nobody knew what that was, and nobody gave a frickin' ass about it. There were no services. And so, you know, it's like I could get an A in everything else, but not in English. Just how it was. I mean, those are the contexts. So I think that in each of these cases, we're trying to make sure that we don't lose students. We don't lose them out of things they might be interested in, they might excel in. And sometimes that's changing how we represent it to them. You know, if you're going to be a female in high school and kick the ball out of the park with math, the guys aren't going to be particularly excited about it. But if you have support, you can do that. And so I would like to point out that PV has a female kicker that kicks it like insane. And that's football.
I think that's a good segue to Director Keene talking about the mentoring program that would have been helpful.
So about 2 years ago, a year ago, a mentoring program began. I think John has shared this with you before, the Men of Chico, a mentoring program that connected Chico State, Butte College, and Chico Unified together. This year, I was honored, as was Kelly and some other women in Chico Unified, to be part of the League of Stars, the Women of Excellence program, which is a mentoring program for young women in Chico State, Butte College, and Chico Unified. Even with COVID, we made it happen. It was truly a highlight of my week every time that we met in this. I could be heard laughing 1 minute, and they didn't know, tearing up the next minute behind my closed door. We had our last group meeting of our mentees with the other captains in my team yesterday, and I asked them for some feedback to share with you tonight because I knew this was on the agenda. And the young ladies said this League of Stars helped them to connect. The League of Stars encouraged them to create goals and to complete tasks. They may not have done that before. We talked a lot about goals. They talked about motivation, and they wanted to make sure next year with the group that we had to include not only academic goals, but self-care goals. I celebrated that. I loved that. That was one of the times that I cried. They expressed that it wasn't just a teacher/student type situation. It was a family. It was a safe place. We talked a lot about educational goals. We talked a lot about experiences, things that they can do. And I look forward to connecting with the program every year. Truly, truly loved it. I think it's got a lot of potential for growth. And I know Kelly was involved as well, if she wants to add anything.
Yeah, we actually did. We started off with some personal care goals right off the bat. That's where we started to kind of ease into it. And it was a great way to build rapport because I certainly had my own fitness goal that I was trying to achieve as well. So it gave us that common ground and things to talk about. But as we went on, they became more academic and career in orientation, and to the end that we were getting 2 students ready for a physics exam, which certainly was not my area of expertise, but helping them work through how they were going to set up their goals. And the same thing, you build that bond. I have a feeling we will stay in contact after, but there are just some amazing young women that are going to be coming up and out into our world and the careers very shortly. So again, thank you to John for putting this program together and expanding it to include the Women of Excellence. It was very rewarding.
Yeah, I'm listening to these testimonials, and I have to say it was a little more challenging for the boys because the boys just are quiet on Zoom. I don't know what the deal is there. Maybe that's my implicit bias coming out there. But I can tell you, we are so excited to get these kids back on campuses and be able to invite them to pizza and sit down with them and have this cascading mentoring happening from Chico State to Butte College to the high school kids, and then eventually moving down to middle school. And there's so much opportunity for connections and growth there. And our money is where our mouth is. I'll send out an invitation to anyone who's interested from the board in joining us. And I think it's May 18th. We're going to get together with some kids and eat some pizza, socially distanced, of course, and talk about next year. So it's going to keep going. It's going to keep happening. Okay, so I want to focus a little more on how we are pushing forward and utilizing site experiential evidence, district level evidence to try to coordinate our conversations. About 2 years ago, we had some grant writers, Liz Metzger and Kristen Lau, were involved with Chico State in applying for a grant to address a problem of practice. And so Chico Unified gathered 14, I think it's about 14 district and site level staff to address an immediate purpose to identify and deconstruct policies and practices that contribute to inequitable student outcomes, resulting in the empowerment of students and staff to address equity and bias in the Chico Unified School District system. I don't normally read slides to you, but that one is extremely important as we move forward. And most importantly to us is inequitable student outcomes, as we've seen from our data. So what that looks like, I'm going to ask John Vincent to pull up a couple of graphics, and I can't thank Rocio French and Erica Smith enough for helping us with the graphics. So we tried to capture the structure of the district level equity alliance. And you'll see the immediate purpose captured here at the top. And then as we scroll down, you'll start to see some gaps that, as you've already seen in our data, we see the evidence there, and some possible factors. I want to reinforce that the initial problem of practice for the NorCal ELC from a Chico Unified District perspective was on that idea of race and ethnicity. What is starting to happen now, and if John will scroll down a little further, is these conversations are developing at the site level. So this first yellow gold box is the district level Equity Alliance, the 14-member team I referenced earlier. So out of that conversation developed an understanding that we needed to have these kind of Equity Alliance cohorts on every site. So as you can see in this graphic, there'll be a team of students, parents, and staff joining together to facilitate the work of that initial problem of practice, deconstructing policies and procedures. Now, what that looks like for students might be different than what that looks like for parents, right? But having those conversations at the site level is critically important. So the next step for us, and I want to pause here and just make sure everyone understands, this is in process, under construction. It's really important that people understand the funding for some of these efforts were just approved in the last 2 board meetings. So it is under construction, but the backbone is here. So for example, if, John, if you could click on Hooker Oak. Okay, so we have the principal here, Emily Mullins from Hooker Oak. She's going to come up here in just a second and talk more about this, but I want you to see that this template will be available to the public as soon as we're able to I don't know, further some of these actions and list them. This template will be available. So for example, if a Hooker Oak parent had interest in becoming part of the Hooker Oak Elementary Equity Alliance, he or she could contact either Emily Mullins through email or Stacy Calderon or Megan Grudy really quickly and say, hey, I'm interested in this. Tell me more about it. So the goal is to have a common template. We're going to work with Erica Smith to make sure there's access to the public through our website. So I'm going to have, oh, I'm sorry. I was remiss. Actually, we're going to have Ms. Mullins walk us through this. Tina, do you want to introduce Ms. Mullins?
Sure. Thank you, Emily Mullins, for being here tonight. She is our principal at Hooker Oak, and we wanted to invite her to share a little bit about what her Equity Alliance has started and is the direction they are moving. So it's all yours, Emily.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening. So, I was a little nervous when Tina asked me to present because as John mentioned, we're really in the beginning stages of this, and I felt like, well, gosh, we really haven't done much. But just sitting through this and listening to all of in this presentation, I'm actually really excited because we actually have come quite a long way already in such a short amount of time. And I'm really pleased to see how Hooker Oaks, how what we've been doing is really in alignment with Chico Unified School District. And I think that's kind of the goal of all of this, is that we really are connecting the dots. And when we have this equity-based MTSS, it makes it a lot easier for all of us to connect the dots and all of us as individual school sites to really work under this common framework and kind of put all of our systems and supports in place. So at Hooker Oak, we started this process with just a very open conversation in a staff room. We talked specifically about equity, because I think it's absolutely important to start with the definition of equity. What does that mean? What does that look like? And so on our school site, I think that we, of course, right off the bat, identified that as, ensuring academic excellence for all of our students, for all students. And then it kind of goes back to, when you talk about all students, what does that really mean? And going back to Tim's graphic, or his looking at the state dashboard reports, we always have all students to compare to. And I think a lot of times we get comfortable when all students are doing well, if we see that all students are in green. But, in my opinion, we shouldn't be content until truly every single subgroup is doing well too. So even if all students are doing well, I believe we can continuously improve in making sure that all of our subgroups are reached. And then even going beyond the dashboard, I think it's important that we're really looking at who are all of the students at our school. And they're not all represented on the California State dashboard, as I think Mr. Shepard pointed out. So an example of that is, and I'm kind of skipping ahead here, but one of the things I think that we do in classrooms a lot, especially in primary classrooms, is we do projects that involve family structures. We do Student of the Week. We do Mother's Day teas or Mother's Day projects, or timelines of your life, and we do biographies about your life. All of these types of things that are really geared towards a traditional family structure. And so that was one of the first things that we kind of started talking about was how can we make sure that all of our students, regardless of their family structure, feel supported by these assignments or supported by these projects and are able to have equitable access. Specifically speaking of foster students or students, who were adopted, if we're asking them to bring in a baby picture, for example, for Student of the Week, and maybe they don't have any baby pictures because maybe they weren't adopted until they were 3. And so that right there could be something that could be alienating to those particular students. And so that was kind of, like I said, a starting point that I think all of our teachers could really wrap their heads around, because we all do those types of things. And it's one of those things that I think you don't even think about until you are forced to think about. So we, if you want to scroll back up for a sec, I think, like I said, I skipped ahead to there. But another first step that was kind of easy for us to look at was our classroom libraries. How diverse are our classroom libraries? And so we had quite a bit of LCAP money that we had allotted to books, which was great. So we used that money to really diversify not only our school library, but our classroom libraries as well. And I had, thankfully, just teachers who had already created wish lists of just diverse titles that they wanted to include. And so now we finally had the funding to be able to fulfill those wish lists. So that was a first step. And then we have these display cases in our hallway. So once all of these books started coming in February, which happened to be African American History Month, we displayed a lot of those books in those display cases in the hallways. And then the next month, we displayed a lot of books for women's history. And so that was kind of another step too, is we've got the books, we're displaying them, teachers are reading them, we're encouraging students to check them out and read them, and just really, paying attention to to the literature that we're using to teach.
Whoops, Ms. Dalby.
That's okay. So I just want to commend you for those efforts and point out, maybe for anybody who's listening in or the audience, that a next step would be to put those on display all the time, not just during a specific month. We want to make sure we're weaving this through every single thing that we do. What we are doing here is putting the new lens on the way we do our operations, the way we present ourselves in our work. And I think that the quote that you just had, the things that we don't even think about until we are forced to think about them, those are the biases and the inequities. And those of us who have grown up in that majority, category, we haven't been forced to think about those things, so we don't even think about them as inequities or biases, because we don't even realize that they exist. And just using, even Black History Month as an example, while Black History Month is very important, it's important to celebrate Black history and the Black community all the time, for example. So I really appreciate you bringing those up, and I'm sorry for interrupting your
No, not at all.
your sharing.
That was actually, perfect segue, because we had that conversation that came up during Black History Month. Why are we just focusing on this for a month? And that was, we of course displayed the books during that month, but again, the goal being that those books live in those teachers' libraries now. They always are there. They're not just pulled out in February. And I think that's really important, and I always say that during Teacher Appreciation Week, we shouldn't just have one week that we appreciate teachers, it's all the time. And that's the case for, I appreciate that we have specific months that are dedicated to, really recognizing certain groups, but I completely agree with you that should be, and that's, I think, what the whole point of this is that we are constantly examining how we can be better for all students. And, kind of going back to Hooker Oak, again, we look at who are our students, and that's why this will look different at each school site. For those of you who are familiar with our demographics, we are not one of the more diverse schools in the district. So that was kind of another starting point for us, is how might we get there? What are the barriers for some of our parents that make our school of choice not as diverse as it could be or as we might like it to be? And so, we kind of started that conversation too, which will continue to be ongoing, and talking about how might we be able to recruit families to be able to come to our school who are, to represent a more diverse student population. I think I heard this talked about earlier, but it's really important also, you know, if this effort is to be successful, all staff, all students, all of our stakeholders need to be part of the process. And so one of the things that we just started was this month I'm doing an AID Academy after school on Mondays for classified staff. And this conversation is going to be part of that AID Academy as well too. So we've been having these conversations during our staff meetings with our teachers. But if we're not bringing our classified into that conversation as well, who often get left out of those conversations because they're not part of our teacher staff meetings, then, you know, again, it's going to be hard for us to meet this goal. So that's another thing at, you know, Hooker Oak, we're really trying to figure out how do we create conditions so that all staff can be part of this conversation. And then a next step for us right now, you know, we've pretty much held this conversation at the staff level. But, you know, obviously the goal next year will be able to include students and parents in these conversations and into our Site Equity Alliance. When we were working on the SIPSA, I had the opportunity to sit down with Tina in the very beginning of the process, and I was very excited to work with her to really look at how we could revise our SIPSA to reflect some of these new priorities and focuses on equity. And so specifically speaking in Goal 1, the old Goal 1, the yellow goals, we added language that ensured that any new teachers or staff members that came to Hooker Oak, that we train them in these initiatives that are important, such as PBIS, implicit bias, and other site initiatives. Because I think that's often a missing piece as staffing changes, and we assume that everybody has received that training, and especially this year, we're bringing on a lot of new staff members, so that's something that we need to be mindful of. And then making sure that we are developing and refining a consistent practice in how we teach about social justice and equity in each grade level. An example of that, Ms. Dalby, as you were just speaking about, is Black History Month. So right now, I think it's kind of just been, you know, it varies so much amongst grade level about how that may or may not even be taught in their classroom. So we want to get very specific about what that looks like at each grade level, you know, what literature might be utilized, what themes might be discussed at each grade level, so that we are, you know, being a little bit more implicit as far as like how our students are receiving that education and those experiences. And would you mind scrolling down a little bit? Thank you. The other big thing is really making sure that we're including representation from all of our subgroups on our parent-teacher organization and our school site council and any other parent committees we might have at Hooker Oak. That is definitely an area of growth for us right now. Our PTO and our school site council currently do not have members from our students with disability subgroup or Hispanic population, so that's definitely going to be a goal, is recruiting and retaining those you know, a diverse student representative group on those committees. And then we will be an active participant in, of course, the CUSD Equity Alliance. Our Equity Alliance at Hooker Oak leads and facilitates conversations around equity during our monthly staff meeting time. Our instructional practices and curricular decisions are viewed through an equity lens and modified as necessary to foster diversity, inclusion, and equity for all students. So again, we wrote that directly into our SIPSA. I'm definitely a principal who brings out those goals and brings out those strategies and actions frequently and share them with parents, share them with all of our different subgroups, share them with the staff. And so, you know, I'm very excited that we have this language and the specific strategies written in to reflect the work that we're doing with the Equity Alliance. And then, as I already spoke about, just, you know, an ongoing conversation is going to be identifying barriers to enrollment at our alternative school. And we've already just talked about, you know, one of them being transportation. Parents need to provide transportation, and so that, of course, right there is a barrier. So how might we be able to get around that? And then recruitment. What can we do to go out there? Of course, you know, as you know, Hooker Oak and Rosedale, we hold our lotteries in January. So if you weren't on the ball and had your application in, you might end up on the waiting list. And so how might we be able to go out into the community in December and make sure that anybody who wants to apply to one of our alternative schools of choice is able to do so? And then I already spoke about the last point, and that was just looking at our projects renaming them and making sure that they are inclusive to all students.
I'm going to chime in once more on behalf of some of the things that were mentioned, that there is another group, the LGBTQ group, that, you know, don't ever lose sight of the importance of that group, because it isn't listed as one of the subgroups by the state, but it should never be forgotten here.
I couldn't agree more, and that was kind of the example that we were talking about with the baby pictures. You know, even as early as elementary school, we have students who are identifying as trans, and so that's something that if you are asked to bring in a baby picture and you're represented in that baby picture as a gender that you are no longer identifying with, then that can be very alienating for those students too. So I
Right.
completely agree with you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, we've been 2 hours. We'd like to take a 10-minute break and then move into our next section.
Okay, we have 2 slides left. Then
Could we
could-
take the 10-minute break and then do the 2 slides, please?
Yep.
for interrupting, but no, I'm not sorry for interrupting. We needed to take a break. And I do appreciate your willingness to disrupt and start again. Yes, I have mine on purpose. Yeah, I'll save my question, but go ahead, continue, please.
Okay, thank you. So just to move, to see John, can you, there we go. Again, we were focusing on current efforts, and now we'd like to shift to future efforts and some things we've been talking about recently. And I think this came directly out of a conversation stemming from attendance at the Saturday CASBO CSBA conference, a conversation about an equity statement. And would we want that statement to be strategic and measurable and attainable, realistic and time-bound? So that's a conversation that's started, and we'll continue that conversation. We've been talking about diversifying curriculum. And I want to reiterate here that, again, we're not just talking about race. We're talking about all of our student groups, ensuring that as we look through our curriculum, that our students can relate to our curriculum, that our teachers are excited about where the curriculum is placed, where it's levelized. So I think that's a really important conversation. And Tim Karras and I were involved in a conversation today with the District Leadership Council for the secondary English teachers, and having conversations about possibly moving some books around and adding some novels to our department libraries and what that could look like. So those conversations are happening, and we're interested to see where they're going to go. We talked a little bit about further developing.
John?
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Tennis has a question.
I want to talk about that because literature is a serious, serious passion for me. I mean, books have changed my life so profoundly, for what it's worth to anybody in this room. But, there's certain books that I think kids ought to read. 1984 by George Orwell. That's a really, really important book to me. And, a lot of classics. I love the classics. Are we going to be getting rid of classics in order to make room for books that, I'm not saying they're not future classics, but, maybe they're not the best. So what's your thought on that? Do you have any? Are we making room for, diverse books by getting rid of stuff that kids really do need to read because they're the best?
I think the key word, Mr. Tennis, is choice. It's choice, and ensuring that we have choices available to our students. The phrase getting rid of, I think that's a really loaded phrase for us, and I understand why you'd use it, because we want to be sure we're careful about that. What's going to be important as we have these conversations is, do we have choices available to our students that represent the diversity in our district? And again, that's every student, every day, each and every student. So that would include you as a young man, it would include me, it would be every student in our district. So I want to ensure that we're focusing on choice.
Why would the student choose the book that they want to read rather than the teacher?
No, I think you're misinterpreting my use of choice. What I mean is we would have conversations with adults, with teachers, with leadership about what representation we'd want to be sure is in our literature. Not having students just walk in and say, I want that book for this reason, but having thoughtful conversations about how we're representing all of our students.
I think I hear what you're saying, and I think it sounds like you're saying that we might not have the classics of literature going forward to the same degree.
We need to have conversations about the whys behind all of our literature. And I'm not saying sitting here right now on May 5th that we're going to get rid of anything. I'm not saying that we're going to add anything. We need to have the conversations. And it's been my understanding for a long time that some of the conversations have happened, but they've happened in isolated pockets. And we need to coordinate those conversations. And what I mean by coordination, and I apologize, Member Dalby, I'll be brief. We want to be sure that we are having conversations on sites and also at the district level. For example, the District Equity Alliance is having that conversation. And some of the two-way communication between the District Equity Alliance and the Site Equity Alliance. And then adding into that mix, the District Leadership Council team members. And then adding in from this angle, our school site council, which is made up, of community members and students. So all of those participants in that conversation are important.
And one of the other, and I know, Ms. Dolby, just real quick, we've had many conversations in the last few months with our district leadership council, with our English department on this. And so we talked to the junior high and high school English DLC members. They go back to their site English departments and have these conversations. As Mr. Shepherd has said, we have not made any changes of any of the novels that they will be teaching, but there is discussions of ones that we could add to diverse our books or novels that we are teaching in our classroom. So again, we don't make these decisions, myself or John don't make these decisions, or Ms. Staley. We go through a long process when we want to develop or bring in a new novel into one of our classrooms.
I think the challenge, Mr. Ten, is to be just real direct for us is the term the classics, and just what is the classics, right? And what that looks like for everyone. And so having a conversation about that, right? What may be the classics for you might be different for Ms. Keene or different for me. And so we need to have that conversation for our students, not for the parents' interpretation of the classics, but what is representative of our students. And that's got to be the focus for us. Every student, every day. Ms. Dolby?
I was going to say something similar, and just that, again, when we're talking about equity, what we really need to be focused on is learning how to see the dynamic of the system through a lens that is different, and acknowledge that there are lenses that are different from our own. So what's the classics to you, or what may have inspired you as a student growing up, might be different from me for my experiences. We all have different lived experiences, so different books are going to speak to us in different ways. And to be able to express to our students that we want them to have the choice to deliberately choose what they read, so that they can be inspired by the things that they're passionate about, and helps them grow in the way that they see themselves identifying with. So I think it's important to just reiterate or echo that we're not talking about, or we're not considering saying, oh, we're not going to deal with these books anymore. Those books are still important, but those books were chosen by certain groups and classes of people historically in a system that was ran by a very specific group and class of people. We were told these are important books, rather than here are many books from many different backgrounds, many different cultures and authors, and here's why all of them have a good lesson to be learned, or a great structure of reading to learn how to diversify your knowledge base, whatever it might be. Student choice should be based on what is the full range and full spectrum of what's available, and what speaks to them to inspire them to read. Because if it's not going to be inspirational for them, they're not going to want to read, and they're not going to develop those skills as efficiently if they were told what to read.
Thank you. So just continuing with future efforts, we talked a little bit about further development of the League of Stars mentoring program, and what's exciting to us is hearing that Chico State and Butte College most of their classes will be in person next year, so we'll be able to continue that mentoring in person, make those connections. We hope, as I said before, for it to cascade all the way down through middle school would be ideal. We are going to continue to improve our recruitment and hiring practices. I neglected to mention earlier our outreach to other universities and other teaching credential programs in the state. So far, I've attended 6 of the hiring fair, all virtual hiring fairs from 6 different communities. For example, San Jose State, University of San Francisco. I've just been attending their hiring opportunities, or their hiring fairs, to engage with their candidates. we've been talking a lot about our Equity Alliance cohorts on each site. And I do want to emphasize reaching out, encouraging our various student groups' participation in CTE, our career and technical education programs. It's not a metric that we've discussed so far tonight, but it's important that we understand that these CTE opportunities are available to all of our students, and it's a major emphasis for us.
And it is a part of the career readiness, so it
thank
will
you.
help us in that regard as well.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, I was trying to understand how that related, this particular bullet, to the conversation about equity and bias.
Well, I'll give you an example. So, okay, we're just going back to Dr. Kaiser's mentioning the Russian challenge and opening our eyes to ensuring that all students, regardless of gender, had an opportunity to further, and I guess not just further, dominate in aerospace. And there was a recognition then that we needed women. So that's the same conversation that we're having right now with career and technical education, that we need all of our students to understand that this is an opportunity for them, and to continue to emphasize that those doors are open, and we'll continue to keep them open for all of our students.
I can add that through communication with our BIPOC parents a year ago at our first meeting with that student group right before COVID hit, they didn't know, the parents expressed they had no idea what the CTE program was. They didn't know the pathways. They didn't know about the classes and coursework that kids could take. And this year, we were able to pilot in the junior high an exploratory program so kids could start to learn about careers, could start to learn about the classes that we offer in Chico Unified CTE program. So we hope to continue to see that grow. We're actually going to get some feedback from the teacher that taught that, and heard loud and clear that just wasn't as obvious as we thought it was. So we needed to make that better.
All right, so we're missing a slide here. I don't know what happened. In your paperwork, there should be a slide about the ethnic studies. Did it go? No. Okay, so just for the public, you're unable to see it here on our view board, but included in the packet is a conversation about a California State Board adopted ethnic studies model curriculum guideline. Yeah, it's just not coming up here. Okay, well, I'll just keep describing it. It's just not coming up on our view board for some reason. Maybe it was made. Now, we'll see if John can find it here. It may have, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, it must have got moved around maybe during break. I must have messed with it. So the California State School Board in January adopted the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum Guidelines, and I want to reinforce guidelines. These guidelines have been prepared to assist local educational agencies such as ours to develop ethnic studies courses. So for Chico Unified, we could design new courses, or we could modify existing courses. These guidelines have not resulted in a graduation requirement or in a specific course. They're simply guidelines to help any LEA, any local educational agencies such as Chico Unified, to design new courses or modify existing courses.
It's kind of interesting because it is a mandate for the universities. Required course, only 4 areas, and it has to be a United States-based curriculum. So it's interesting in that context.
Yes, we'll be closely watching it to see if it evolves. All right, and we'd like to close with I know it's on here because I saw it. A quote from Linda Darling Hammond, the president of the California State Board of Education. And it's a long quote. What's most important to me embedded in that quote is keeping open the right to learn. Keeping doors open, keeping minds open, keeping conversations going, and moving us forward. So that's our presentation.
Yes, thank you. Something that Mr. Tennis brought up earlier has been sitting here swirling around in what's left of my brain at this time of the evening, and and it's the issue of bringing everyone that hasn't been intimately involved with this process and the LCAP approval so that they understand what's there, what's going on, what it means. Because I was involved at the ground level in 2013 with, the change to LCAP and all of that consolidation of stuff, I understand what's going on. But for the general public, whether they were involved this year as one of the subgroups or not, that's not where they are. So here's my challenge to you. When we begin to take a look at preparing involvement of people that haven't already been intimately involved, I think the first question should be, what do you feel you need and want in the district? What's your interest? And then translate that to where in the LCAP that group or that person's interest is already highlighted, because my experience with our LCAPs is we don't miss much. It's pretty much, if you want it, if you think it's important, if you think it needs to be delivered to our students, it's in there. It's just that it's hard to see if you're not already intimately involved in the creation of the LCAP. So please be mindful of how to bring along people that are interested enough to raise their hand and say, hey, I want to know how this 80 million, 150 million, lots of money, is going to be spent on your MTSS, the LCAP, all of these things that are being thrown out to them, and be able to point to the areas where those things are highlighted and documented. And also show, if we can get to that intimate kind of discussion, the other thing that's very important, at least it has been for me with the LCAPs, is showing that the other half of the page next year, or in the ones that we've been able to show, what we did and how we evaluated how well we did what we said we were going to do. I think it's important for our public, our parents, our people to understand that we get down to that close a scrutiny of whether or not what we said we were going to do was successful, and if not, what are we going to do about it? And we do that. We break it down to that level every year. And so I think just being able to let people know how close to every single issue we are involved in massaging this approval of how to move forward this next year there's a lot there. And the site-based accountability.
You want to talk about that, Tina?
The school plan for
There
student
you
achievement,
go.
yes, the SIPSA.
Yeah, those are amazing too. They there are a lot of reading, but I have good glasses, so I spend a lot of time with my nose buried in those things. And they're amazing. The specificity and detail that are presented in those school plans are noteworthy.
We're chuckling because she keeps emphasizing with our leadership team, with our principals, that it's an organic document. It's fluid. We can add to it. We can change things as long as they've been approved by the school site. We can have those conversations because that is where the work happens.
Yeah. And it's evident. You know, I've been here a long time, and I keep reading their stuff, as a couple of schools found out last year when they left some stuff out, and I noticed.
So to your point, and this is kudos to our Ed Services team for recognizing that it, as Mr. Tennis pointed out, it gets very, very dry. And in the LCAP meetings this year, the question started with, when we looked at the different areas, what are we doing well? What do you like about what's happening at your school? Where are we lacking? Where do we need to have improvement? And kept it that simple so that it truly was in parent and student-friendly language. And we did the same thing with our students. And their language is very real. We have to adapt it into metrics that are acceptable by the state, but it is refreshing to hear it on that level.
Okay, I think-
President Robinson, there is one parent.
Yes, no,
okay.
that's why I was just letting you know that we are to that point where I'd like to reach out to our one speaker that asked to be contacted.
Okay, I'm calling Terrace Lee. Hi, Terrace. This is John Shepard. You're going to be speaking to the Chico Unified School Board. I'm going to put you on speaker. If you hear a bell, it means you have 30 seconds left, okay? Okay. Go ahead.
I am calling in today to strongly oppose the implementation of the equity-based MTSS program in our school district. Our children have been out of school for over a year, missing pivotal educational time that they will not be able to make up. However, instead of focusing on critically needed issues such as returning our students to school full-time, developing comprehensive summer school programs, tutoring options, or curriculum to bridge the ever-growing gap in their education, this board has continuously disregarded the needs and wants of the students and parents they are to represent in order to promote their own radical agendas. You have voted to keep our children out of schools while trying to offer those same sites to house the homeless. You have espoused on the mental health needs of our children while trying to implement a thinly veiled critical race theory that will teach them to distrust each other and view themselves as victims or oppressors. Even though you tried to very quickly gloss over your equity in education slide, the MTSS program shown in your presentation promotes a racist ideology which characterizes and encourages a person to identify as victim or oppressor based solely on the color of their skin. It promotes the division and segregation of our students based on their race and teaches them that racial identities are more important than any commonality or unifying status. You spoke of diversifying and changing our curriculum, and the ethnic studies model curriculum from the California Department of Ed, which you referenced, has been widely and publicly denounced as anti-Semitic and encouraging of anti-Jewish behaviors. It has been found to be factually and historically inaccurate in its representation of our country's history and includes dubious framework for the training of our children to become social justice champions. Our children are not born with, nor do they have inherent biases or racist views, but this program and the curriculum you are wanting to implement will teach them to judge themselves and others not based on their actions or beliefs, but solely on the color of their skin. As you talked of equity, it was not an equity of opportunity that you are seeking, but an equity of outcomes, as you stated in your slides. In fact, many of the programs and opportunities that you have placed an emphasis on for creating equity already are utilized in CUSD. Early intervention, behavioral and educational support, counselors, special education specialists, etc., are all a part of the existing CUSD model. But the Marxist belief that everyone should be provided the same outcome, regardless of effort and skill, is harmful and creates a false narrative that our children cannot and will not succeed in life. The perfect example was the removal or opening up of the AP classes for all, regardless of if their skill and development is there. This MTS program does not encourage or promote diversity or equity in education. Rather, it promotes discriminatory thinking, which blames, divides, and promotes racial biases. As a parent, I firmly oppose the implementation of this program and the corresponding ethnic studies model curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, We are finished with our presentation and we'd like to kind of think about, do we have anything that we need to put in the way of a motion for action, or do we accept this workshop information as informational only? Caitlin?
I have a question first. This came up in my notes earlier during the presentation, so it would have been a better time to ask then, but do we have a timeline for developing that equity statement, or do we want to set one?
And that's an excellent question. When we were going through our equity workshops on Saturday, there was the CSBA belief that that's the first thing that we should do is have an equity statement. In talking with Ed Services, the concern came up that if we come up with an equity statement that is developed by 5 people, 8 people, then we're not really getting input from our full community and especially our targeted groups. So I really appreciated them, saying, okay, that's one belief, but maybe in the development of this, we need more input. So we're looking to direction from the board in moving in that direction. Do you want one that reflects just the beliefs of the board, or do you want us to go out and get more input? And if so, what is that timeline in which you'd like us to do that?
Dr. Kaiser?
I think that was an excellent question, and it would seem to me that if we stay true to the process that the state started back in 2013 and been evolving ever since, is really, I would think that we would like to, in the LCAP process, solicit comments from our school sites about how the school sites perceive that statement to reflect where we're going with our LCAP. And so I don't feel a need to make a statement now, today. I think we ought to let this, I don't know what you said, birthing process or development process go on a little bit longer.
One of the things that I got out of the direction that was being set by the presenters for the School Boards Association was that we are all, meaning the districts that they are serving in this north section that's in this process, we're all at such different levels of development of this process that it was a way of, I believe, having them direct us to focus on where we are as a district, each one of us. And one of the things in our discussion, Caitlin and Kelly and Tina and I, in what is that we're much further along than it sounded like most districts were, because there were many districts on those Zoom calls that, they just were now beginning, where, as we were able to show, we've been doing a lot of this work for the last 7 or 8 years. We just hadn't pulled it all together. Like Tina said, she likes systems. Well, we didn't have a system. We had lots of little silos of this good work going on. So I agree with Dr. Kaiser that we need to wait and watch this process develop and just begin to draw some ideas together. And we'll know when we get it. I mean, it's like, I think as we've gone through these seminars, when the right statement is in front of you for what you're doing. It'll be.
I would agree with that, except for maybe not so passively. And I know that Ed Services is working on this and will be soliciting input from stakeholders. I think if our LCAP and our MTSS is essentially our strategic plan, that the equity statement is a part of what would be our mission statement that derives that strategic plan. And we can't really have that overarching theme or that lens through which we look at every piece of our LCAP and our MTSS plan without having that equity statement. I agree that it should be massaged out throughout the district and our stakeholders from our different schools, but there shouldn't be a different one for each school.
Oh.
I know, I just want to say it. You know, we want that input, you know, from each community and each subgroup, but we want to make sure that we have that set and, you know, that's our launching place and not an end point.
Mr. Landau?
Thank you. So on that note, and I do agree, it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing, right? We want this statement to guide the LCAP, but we want the input from the LCAP. How quickly, I recognize that most sites are still building their EA cohorts. How quickly can we get some feedback from those organizations?
Well, I can speak to that. So thankfully, many of those positions we referenced earlier have been approved. School sites are working to identify their Point 2 MTSS coordinator on their sites. In addition to that, you approved the equity lead on each site. So those teams are being built. For the most part, those folks have been identified. And I would say by the end of the school year, they will be, knowing that we want to have those cohorts staffed to start the school year. I think June 1st is the actual goal for the district level Equity Alliance to have those identified. So I don't know how aggressive you want to be with getting input, but I do know those cohorts on the sites would, in my mind, would be the natural mechanism for those conversations about that statement. So if initial statements were presented to that group, right, those Equity Alliance groups, and those folks who are invested in that, and again, I want to reiterate that we're talking students, parents, and staff, that would be a natural mechanism for that conversation to occur.
I agree with that, and to follow up, I've heard a couple of things about, not just today, about how we do our outreach to get student input and get parent input. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think it's something that we need to be kind of taking a really solid look at, because it does seem like a lot of times we're kind of passive, and if you know about an event, then you know, and if you don't, then maybe it popped up in your Aries email once, and that's it. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but I really want to find a way to empower these equity cohorts to really have all the tools they need to be really active in engaging with the community and their school site communities and neighborhoods right away and getting feedback from them. Thank you.
So if I'm interpreting consensus correctly, we're looking at down the road approving an equity statement, correct?
Yeah, and my first answer still hasn't been, or question still hasn't been answered, which was, what kind of timeline are we currently looking at getting that equity statement done?
Again, it comes back to how much input you want. I know for sure that those Equity Alliance cohorts, which again I think would be the natural mechanism for the conversations, we're hoping to identify, we should have those identified by the end of the school year. But if we want to expedite that, we can. Again, the end of the school year is not very far away. If we wanted to come back, if you wanted to wait until August, could wait that long. We would have those conversations. I do think I like it as a organizing foundational conversation for all of those groups to be a part of, right? It draws them, again, a call in. So I think that would be a good start.
Yeah, I am just concerned that if we really want to have the amount of input that we're talking about, as we are now getting close to the end of the year,
End of September.
Getting and knowing that our equity leads really won't be in place yet.
Right.
So this is a question of the board. Do we want to start with some of the draft sample ones that we've had and just recognize that they are a draft and a work in process, and know, like everything else, we will have to develop it over time, and it may morph and change as we get more input. And I think it depends on, do you want that, wonderful, perfect one right off the bat? If so, that's going to take a lot more time and a lot more input. Or do we want to start with something that states our intent? This is what we believe, this is what we want to do, but knowing that we may not have the wording exactly right off the bat. So I think the timeline really dictates which of those that we're going to have.
Dr. Geiser?
I feel like this is, as a former college coach, this is a great team practice to pull the team together. And that these groups that we are establishing, they really don't know each other yet, and their leader, and so you could let them chew on that and come back to us, you know, with their response to just sort of the bare bone statement that we have as a sought after goal. That doesn't mean that it will come back the way that got initially presented, but I do think it would help them get started on sort of the bigger picture of what we're hoping happens. And so I'm willing to wait, because I'm afraid if we adopt something, put it out there, then they'll all go, remember, most of them are brand new. Oh my God, this is what we have to do. And they won't mature themselves over that directive.
You know, another way to look at that too, though, is that this is it's really a broad mission, vision type statement. It doesn't get down into the specifics. An equity statement, the ones I've read anyway, do not. So if the board adopts an equity statement that is very broad and the beliefs that the board has, then our equity leads then are tasked with developing how do we get there?
Yeah.
And the more specific goals that fall underneath that. But that's just one way of doing it. The equity statement could be much more detailed and SMART goal oriented as well.
We have, let's see, June is our 2 LCAP meetings. July, we spend a lot of work on looking forward for naming our workshop topics and some other issues. And we'll pull together our EA folks, you know, with the beginning of school. Why don't we look at putting something forward to the board in July, so that that broad equity statement is there as we move forward through July into August and bringing our EA groups together. Does that time frame?
So I will say the board has a lot on their plate for the 1 July meeting, and this certainly needs to be, you know, equity, in my opinion, needs to be an ongoing workshop that we continue to have and continue to review. But again, if we are looking at July to bring this forward and we want our equity leads to do that, is going to be very difficult for them to get out to all the contacts that they have yet to make, since they've just been appointed to the position. So it would be a more generic, which is fine, but just asking for that direction from the board. If we want something that has a lot of input, we will need to have them in place and get that time to do that. If we want something more generic, at least as a starting point, then we can definitely have that by July.
A generic starting point works for me. Caitlin?
I was just going to say, I think that I would prefer to see a generic starting point more up front with our LCAP hearings, just so that we can keep that direction that we're going with as far as equity and bias goes in mind as we're reviewing the LCAP and having those hearings in June, right? Those are in June?
June, yeah. The last 2 weeks in June, 2 Wednesdays.
And so perhaps we have a broad working statement that is not our final statement. That's our starting point for the June hearings, and then maybe have the full statement worked out with our stakeholder input by the September meeting. Is that timeline a little bit more?
I'm looking at John, but yeah, I think that is a much more workable timeline.
Absolutely, and there is a mechanism for that as well. We just hired an MTSS full-time coordinator. We have a meeting scheduled for Monday, so we'll make sure that it's on the agenda as part of that conversation. And we have Equity Alliance meetings bi-weekly, so that can happen.
I would support that too.
And I would ask for 2 members of the board, it may be the same 2 that were on the developing this equity board workshop, or it could be 2 different ones, to help us take a look at that in the development stage. Somebody that we can continue to run that past before we bring it forward to the June LCAP meeting.
I really feel like Eileen and Caitlin should stay on track with this. They've been putting a lot of time in.
Yeah, and we still have a couple more CSBA presentations to go through before the June meetings. I would be willing to accept that appointment if the rest of the board concurs that Caitlin and I continue to work with the superintendent and Dina on,
And John, do we need a motion for this decision, or, okay,
yeah, go ahead. A motion is appropriate.
okay. Well, I move that we put together a broad equity statement for our June LCAP hearings and set on the agenda for September an adoption of a full equity statement after getting stakeholder input.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Board, do you understand the direction in the motion?
Yeah, but I've got a little debate about it when you got a second.
Yes,
Thanks.
Mr. Landau?
And not so much debate, it's just a point of clarification. While I understand where we're going and am generally in favor of it, the idea of putting any statement out there is a little risky to me in that people inherently will compare anything they come up with whatever broad statement we've got out there. So as we do this, if we can make it really clear, I mean, really clear to our LCAP stakeholders and our EA groups that this will be replaced with something else. I just don't want this to become something really overly broad and kind of boilerplate to end up there because nobody wants to interrupt it later on.
Interpreting it as a fluid statement is always the best way to go, as we have demonstrated with our 5 goals that we've had. They've been fluid every year, too, connected with the LCAP. So I hear what you're saying. Everyone is here that will be working on it. We all understand Mr. Landau's point. Any disagreement there with making sure that it's a fluid document and that people understand where it's a starting point? Are you comfortable, Mr. Landau? Okay. Okay. Mr. Dennis?
To a different point from Mr. Lando's. I don't feel there's a basis for moving forward right now. I don't feel there's been adequate community input for us to even produce a draft statement. I would point to the LCAP process in my earlier comments and how I was dissatisfied with the public engagement that we had. I think that I'm not thrilled with a lot of what I heard tonight. I don't like how this new lens, as I've heard some people refer to it as, seems to devalue excellence in education. Instead, it's focusing on wanting to bring every child along, and I understand that value, and I think it's important, and I can understand how there might be problems that need to be overcome in order to address that important need. Kids need to feel safe, they need to feel valuable, they need to feel like they have opportunities to learn and grow. And but at the same time, I think that we need to keep the main thing in focus personally. And for me, that is having an awesome school district that does a great job educating all of our kids, but also celebrating excellence through things like AP classes, and I just really think that's very important to just take the best of what academics has to offer in all the major categories and esteem those is very, very important. And I guess I see here sort of a changing focus that doesn't include that, and that concerns me. Literature I would point to as kind of a case in point. I don't like the idea of bringing a lot of new material, let's say, in the teaching of English. I like to look at things that we already know are excellent and are time-tested and have tremendous value for generations of people, and I think that we need to continue to bring our community together around those works of art and literature. So I will be voting nay on this.
Mr. Tennis, if I might inquire, what would you suggest we do in our process of proceeding that might solve your concerns? I mean, what else would you like to see?
I appreciate the opportunity to answer that and provide an answer there. I think there should be, there's a lot of literature and background materials.
Specifically on the development of an equity statement.
Yeah. So this is coming to us from Sacramento. That's how I perceive this. I think this is, Sacramento has put this body of work out there to guide us, and we're responding to them. We're not responding to what our community has said that they want. So I feel like we're following the lead of, people who are not invested in this community, are not a part of this community. And honestly, if I look at the LCAP goals, the previous LCAP goals, with the ones that we're moving towards, I like them better. I think they're more specific. I think they give more information to the reader. As I said earlier, I think that this stuff is not going to be deeply investigated by most, if not basically all, the people in our community. They're not going to engage with our LCAP on a deep personal level. They're going to go to the page that has the 3 backpacks on it, and they might not get much farther than that. Most people won't even get there. These will be things that will be used internally to guide how we present our program and the services that we provide. For the most part, there will not be a lot of community engagement with this stuff. It will just be the basis upon which we hire people, the basis upon which we choose books for English classes and so forth. I see it coming from somewhere else. I don't see it coming from here. And so I'm kind of concerned with this new direction.
Kelly?
So I think maybe we have not done a good job of explaining. Because when you say you want excellence in academics, that's exactly what we want here. And we want it for not just our all-student category that is in the green, but we want it for our English learner students. We want it for our foster students, our homeless students, our socio-disadvantaged students, our students with disabilities. We want to see all of those come up into the green category. And to do that requires all these different supports that we are talking about putting in place. MTSS, I need to clarify, is not a curriculum. MTSS is a support mechanism, and I know we heard earlier referred to that it is curriculum or it's critical race theory. Never has any of that come up in this discussion. That is not MTSS. MTSS is support for our kids for academic, social, and behavioral growth, and all of our kids need those in varying amounts. In regards to the LCAP, I could not agree more. I struggle getting through the entire LCAP. But what that LCAP does is drive what our schools do, and that's what our parents and our students should see. I don't expect anybody to sit down, well, maybe those of us here present, and read through that whole LCAP, but what is in that LCAP should transform itself into action at our school sites. Kids should feel it, parents should feel it, staff should feel it. So maybe we're focused too much on the actual document itself as opposed to what we will see on the school sites, and maybe we need to frame it more in that way. But it hurts me to hear you say you don't think we have the goal of high academic excellence in place. I want that for every kid, our entire district. I would be thrilled if you look across the state and people say, hey, Chico Unified for all of their students has high academic standards. So maybe it's a communication. I mean, it worries me that maybe we're just not communicating this well in terms of what we're trying to do.
Okay, we're to a point where I'm going to call for a vote. And Mr. Tennis, encourage you as the document comes before us, if it's approved tonight, to move forward as the motion is indicating, to continue to weigh it against your feelings and thoughts and give us continuing feedback.
Thank you. You know, one question of clarification, I don't know
Yes.
what sort of point that would be, but who are the members on the board for the LCAP?
We all are.
We all are. There's not a committee and not a subcommittee?
No.
Thank you. Okay.
No?
Okay.
It's all of us. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote, and we're clear that this is a timeline to bring the statement to us at our first LCAP hearing meeting on the third Wednesday in June, with a follow-up to have it ready for approval in September. Correct, Erica?
What's the June date? I don't remember.
The 23rd. 23rd, okay. Okay, I'm going to call for individual votes. Ms. Dalby?
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, nay.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you, Board. Okay, our next item. Anybody want to stand up and stretch, or are we good? Okay. We can do this. Oh, Caitlin, you can stand up and stretch in place. Yep. Okay, thank you. The state testing, Mr. Karras, oh, there you are. The state testing and Chico Unified for 2021. Go ahead, Mr. Karras.
All right, thank you.
There we go.
So I was asked to give a report out on the status of state testing in Chico Unified for this school year, and I'm here to do that tonight. As you're aware, Chico Unified has modified our state testing plan for this school year only, based on guidance by the California Department of Education, which received guidance from the U.S. Department of Education. Next slide.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Dalby?
Seems really early, right? Do you have on hand just clarification of when the dates of that guidance came down for us?
I have some rough dates on here. I'll show you.
Okay. I think that it'll be good for us all to hear like exactly when that guidance came out for us.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so, first of all, during normal years, state testing, when state testing is operating as originally planned out, the bulk of the testing is done through the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. You'll hear me refer to it as CASP. And that umbrella, that CASP umbrella, encompasses the following assessments: the Smarter Balance assessments in English and Math. Those are given grades 3 through 8 and 11, or SBAC testing. The California Science Test, given in grades 5, 8, and once in high school, also known as the CST. The California Alternate Assessment in English and Math, otherwise known as the CAW, for our more severely cognitively disabled students. That's given also in grades 3, 8, and 11, same as Smarter Balanced. The California Spanish Assessment, currently we administer that at Rosedale, and we've had a handful of high school folks choose to give that over the last couple years. That's offered in grades 3 through 8 and once in high school. So the Rosedale in the past couple years has given that as well as select high school classes. Next slide. The English Language Proficiency Assessment of California, or LPAC, there's 2 tests under that umbrella, and that is the initial LPAC, which is given to all students with a language other than English spoken in their home upon an initial enrollment in a California school. So the bulk of those are transitional kindergartners and kindergartners. The summative LPAC has to be given every year to all English learners. And then the physical fitness test is administered to grades 5, 7, and 9. Okay. Next slide. So this year, due to the pandemic and the conditions that the pandemic brought about, the California Department of Ed, or CDE, under the direction of the California School Board, applied for a series of waivers related to state testing from the U.S. Department of Education. This was following a letter from the U.S. Department of Education in February, signaling that they'd be willing to accept certain waivers meeting certain conditions. Amongst these waivers included the suspension of state and federal accountability measures tied to state test results. So what this in effect did was freeze everybody where they were as of the last round of state testing. So if you were a district or a site facing federal or state accountability measures, you would effectively be frozen there until the next round of state testing. So it didn't waive any accountability, it just relieved it from this school year. It also suspended the 95% participation rate requirement. During normal years, we're penalized on our state test scores if we fall below 95% for any given student group. Next slide. In response, the U.S. Department of Education determined that we could have flexibility regarding testing based on the conditions within each individual school district, based on the viability of giving the test under the current conditions. Current conditions listed by the CDE did include instructional time reductions, amongst other things. So in effect, if districts if districts judge that state tests are not a viable option, they can forego administering Smarter Balance and CAST, and in their place, administer local assessments to measure student progress and still report those results to parents and the public, as we do every year with our Smarter Balance tests, or all our state testing for that matter. So in effect, the local assessments are our state tests this year. Okay. Additional information about these waivers is in November, the state board approved the shortening of the Smarter Balance tests, making them different from any previous year or future year, and granted the ability for students to take the test remotely, which has never been done before and will likely never be done again unless we find ourselves in a similar situation. Next slide. Okay, the decision-making factors that went into thought processes and discussions around this issue with various groups that I'll show you in a moment. Due to the shortening of the tests, the suspension of the 95% participation rate, and the fact that a number of students would take the test remotely, test results could not be compared to previous or future years, which we rely on them yearly to do. We would also be unable to compare results to other LEAs across our state, okay? In effect, I'm not saying any district would do this, but we could look back at our Smarter Balance scores 2 years ago and test the kids that got 4s. I mean, there's no penalty for participation rate, and on top of that, the tests are different. Okay, next slide. So, Ed Services, and the district leadership as a whole, met primarily with our leadership team, various leadership teams, elementary and secondary principals, and all the different bodies of DLC. We also heard feedback at the targeted student group meetings that parents at those meetings, which is a very small sample size, acknowledge that, wish to forego testing this year. In addition, we talked to our Monday teacher leadership or teacher advisory group, and then individual site students via LCAP feedback meetings. So when we went out to talk to the students, the overwhelming desire was to not test. Next slide. Also, we do have access to high-quality local assessments in place for grades 3 through 8 that will allow us to measure learning loss and report to parents and the public, as I mentioned before. These assessments are STAR Reading, which we've given for years, and iReady Math. These local assessments take significantly less time to administer, allowing for more instructional time, which is at a premium this year. If we were, I'll throw out an example for a elementary school, like a third grader, might come to school 5 days in a week, and probably a minimum of 3 days this year would have been testing if they tested from the beginning of the school day to the end, just for English, and then the same for math. So iReady Math and STAR Reading will take significantly less instructional time. And also the local assessments are what the teachers are used to looking at to inform instruction. Throughout a school year, they're already beginning to scheme on grouping kids for for tutoring and summer programs. State test data is not that kind of data. It's summative data. It's not a formative cannot be used in a formative diagnostic way. The turnaround for the results are too long, and the reporting that we get out of it could not drive instruction in the way that we need it to anyway for our summer and tutoring programs. Next slide. On the other hand, 11th grade SBAC results play a huge role in early assessment program, which drives initial college course placements in English and math, as well as a criteria for the state seal of biliteracy for the class of 2022. So we could not take those opportunities away from those 11th graders and because of those implications. We have kids that have worked basically their entire school career for that state seal of biliteracy. We have a number of kids, a large number of kids needing that score to be placed into an initial college course, okay? So we could not take that away from 11th grade, and so that's why we're still administering that. We do not have a suitable alternative for the CAW test, so that's why we will still be administering that. Next slide. The timeline starts off rough and then gets pretty specific. November, the state board approved the shortening of the tests and the ability to test remotely. February is when CDE, or the state of California, received a letter from U.S. Department of Ed regarding waivers for state testing requirements. February and March, the state, both meetings, the state board directed CDE to pursue a variety of waivers that I already mentioned. Next slide. On April 5th was the opening of the previously planned Chico Unified Assessment window. Okay, so typically we have a site or two that will start that early. Most people start mid-April, but we like to give sites flexibility on what works best with their schedule. They have a lot of moving factors to play in because administering the state test is a huge, huge disruption to schedules. Chico High's gone to block schedules in the past. It's a huge disruption, so we like to give them as much time as possible to schedule. On April 7th, the CDE announces that the waivers have been approved. They literally announced that the waivers had been approved and didn't give us any details on what those waivers meant. Okay, nuts and bolts of what we could and what we could not do. Over the next week, on many meetings with the CDE and other bodies that I'm a part of down in the Sacramento area, we did get clarification from the CDE that what I presented you today was in place and it was a go. Shortly following that, and we had all been talking about this in leadership and DLC, et cetera, leading up to this, and we saw the writing on the wall. So soon after the CDE made the announcement we were good to go, we made the call to switch to the plan I'm about to show you and notified parents and staff of the plan. April 15th, after that, or right after we announced it to the parents, CDE released frequently asked questions regarding waivers. So there was a ton of confusion around the district. Many districts are going in a similar or exactly the same route as we are. My sense is, due to the amount of confusion at a lot of the smaller districts, that a lot of folks were under the impression, and I got phone calls to this effect from some smaller districts, of they thought there was no possibility of not administering Smarter Balanced. So they went ahead with that plan. And I can see why, because of tight timelines. Everybody's going to start testing around April in general. So they kind of, that's my suspicion on why some districts that are testing are testing. Next slide. So what was announced on that day in early April was that we would be administering the Smarter Balanced assessments to grade 11, and we'd administer iReady Math and Star Reading to grades 3 through 8. We would continue to admit the California Science Test. We were able to forego, which is especially crucial at the high school due to limitations on end-of-the-year activities, including AP testing. The California alternate assessment, because we didn't have a suitable alternative, we are continuing on with that. Next, California Spanish test was off as well. LPAC, we're still required by law to administer all initials and summatives. And then the physical fitness test was actually canceled in September. So that's kind of old news. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you, Tim. I know the questions that I asked got this started, and I do appreciate you putting it together, because it was critical to understand why we ended up where we did. Thank you for the explanation. Caitlin?
I think more of a comment than a question, or just I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the explanation. It was really thorough. I know we saw some explanation come through in an email, but I just think that it's really important for us to make sure that that's just being conveyed to the public and our stakeholders about why these decisions were made. And also just that, this is the type of thing that is handled in-house and doesn't require board direction necessarily. And so that's, as a board, we make sure that there's great staff, because those are the kinds of things that the great staff handles. It's not our job to give directive necessarily when it comes to that kind of thing. So just clarifying once again that this wasn't a board decision, and if it had been and you would have presented this to us, perhaps we would have been totally on board and agreed to it, and perhaps not, but that's not the way it goes. So thanks for clarifying all of that again. And then I guess I do have just like a minor question, and this is just for my own knowledge looking forward, but next year, as we talk about progress and student learning loss and mitigating that, these are the numbers that we're going to be looking at that are continuous. Is that the anticipation?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we'll be able to look at like pre-COVID and during distance learning and pretty much all the way through the next few years.
Distance learning, the local assessments were disrupted and altered.
That's right. It's a blur for me.
Yeah, so especially at the end of last school year, but we do have Tri-2 data.
Dr. Kaiser?
For the 11th graders this year, what is the date when their SBAC will be administered?
It varies from site to site
Oh, it
and even
does?
from classroom to classroom, but they're,
Oh, okay.
I think PV's a little farther on than Chico High right now, it seems like, from the email traffic, but they're both in the thick of things.
But the students and parents will get clear notification of,
They will, the notification is, the state indicated last week that they're gonna hold off on the releasing the results longer due to
Oh,
the need
man.
to check the validity on the new changed tests.
I just think the more help we can give to the 11th graders and their parents about this, because
Right.
as you pointed out, it was an incredibly confusing swirl, and
Right.
it was a very significant decision component in all of this, was they realized they couldn't police remote test. So,
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Okay, and also just timeline-wise, you ended up answering my question for the most part in that slide, is that, all of our discussions about, learning models and AM, PM and all of that took place, and those decisions were made before we knew anything about the testing changes.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris.
Sure.
Okay, we are now on to business services. Oh, no, a tree removal. Is John here, or?
So we have Dusty Copper,
Oh,
one of our
Dusty.
managers of maintenance
Yes,
operations, to answer any
Dusty.
questions, but we
I
believe.
wondered who'd been sitting out there all evening. Hi, Dusty.
How we doing?
We're good.
Yeah, so I don't know if we have any slides on this tree.
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. So this is a tree at Emma Wilson School. It's I would say a juvenile tree. It's probably 7, 8 years old, but it suffered some pretty dramatic damage. You can see on the side of the tree, the cambium layer is pretty much destroyed. And the long-term outcome for this tree is not good. So we're going to recommend that we take it out. It'll be replaced immediately.
You said replaced immediately?
Yes.
Okay, that's always better. Board? Mr. Tennis?
Is this a health safety issue?
It absolutely is. If you look towards the bottom of the tree, it's starting to rot. I want to get it out ASAP. It's a good wind might take it down.
So moved.
yes, second, get it out.
Off with his head.
I have a question first.
Okay.
Ms. Dalby, you had a question?
What happened to this tree? Why is there such substantial damage?
Well, to me, it looks like it could have possibly got hit by a piece of equipment. I really couldn't tell you for sure.
That would be my unofficial assumption also.
Yes.
Just my knowledge of tree growth. Yeah, just for all of everybody out there, don't weed whack near your trees, because that's
Right,
what
yeah.
happens to them. Be nice and gentle with them.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
But luckily, it's a small tree, so we'll put one in and it'll catch up to it real quick, so. Okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We have no one out there who wants to talk about it, so I'll take, we need to,
I just have one more comment, and this is just for wasting time. We're definitely not gonna replace it with one of those ash trees that we just took out from Chico High, right? Okay.
No, so that tree it's a October Glory Red Maple, and which is a very good tree, and we will replace it with an October Glory.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
okay, because the last vote was not unanimous, we will again take this vote by,
I think the thing is ready to go out, Pops.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Was that John Carver talking to us?
Hello, board. I am here. I was just watching my buddy there, Mr. Dusty Copper,
present this tree issue to you, and I appreciate everybody's input.
Thanks, John. It was a great presentation. Thanks, Dusty.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so
Okay,
long.
Thank you, Board. We're on to Appreciation Week for certificated staff. Let's see, who's presenting?
That would be me.
That would be you. Thank you, Mr. Hanlon.
So each year we bring this resolution to the school board. The state of California designates the first week of May as Teacher and Certificated Staff Appreciation Week. We have recognized our staff this week, and Vince Sansero and the Nutrition Services have made some goodies for our staff out at the school sites and celebration. Our board meeting happens to fall right in the middle of Appreciation Week, so we're bringing to you Resolution 1535-21, and typically we do read that into the record, and then the board will vote on it at that point to adopt it or not. So
Mr. Hanneman, would you like to do the honors of reading it into the
absolutely.
record?
So, whereas a strong, effective system of free public school education for all children and youth is essential to our democratic system of government, and whereas the United States has made considerable progress in the social, technological, and scientific fields due to our system of free and universal public education, and whereas much of this progress can be attributed to the qualified and dedicated teachers and certificated staff entrusted with the educational development of our children to their full potential, and whereas teachers and certificated staff should be accorded high public esteem reflecting the values the community places on public education, and whereas the Chico Unified School District is keenly aware of the importance and impact of teachers and all certificated staff on children, and whereas it is appropriate that teachers and certificated staff be recognized for this dedication and commitment to educating students. Therefore, be it resolved that May 2nd through 8th, 2021 be proclaimed Teacher and Certificated Staff Appreciation Week in the Chico Unified School District, and urge all citizens to pay tribute to our public school teachers and staff. Furthermore, the teachers and staff in the Chico Unified School District should be thanked every day for their dedication, professionalism, and for the services they provide to our students. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Board, your pleasure. We have a resolution before you.
I move Resolution 1535-21.
Mr. Tennis?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution for our amazing certificated staff in this district. See no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 It's unanimous. Thank you, board, and thank you, teachers, and the other certificated staff that is mentioned here who happen to be sitting here in this room tonight. Thank you, all of you. I know you've, most,
You want to sign?
yeah, all of you.
And
with
just
the
to clarify,
exception
we
of-
are not leaving our classified staff out. We will celebrate classified staff in 2 weeks.
Yes. Okay. We should have a board policies
Yeah.
on our,
We do.
let me hit the right buttons here.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one, which we did discuss briefly at the first reading. And I'm stalling because I'm having trouble getting it to pull up. Thank you. Okay, do we have any additional questions or discussion from the board on this policy?
My initial feelings are that it doesn't feel good. There's something that doesn't sit well with me with this policy change, and I think I maybe needed it explained to me a little bit better.
Do you have any suggestion for wording changes or want to express what your concern is?
I can
oh, go ahead.
give you a little background on it if you'd like.
Yeah.
You know, we recently had the really devastating experience of losing a student, our second student at Chico High School. And in a meeting with the students talking about their feelings, they asked the question point blank, do we have a memorialization policy? And it was really buried within the naming of the facility policy. And so we wanted to pull that out and be very clear that we did have one. But also through that process, we learned from our expert, Stan, that was there, that you really don't want to be in the habit of turning your schools into cemeteries by having permanent physical memorials on the campus. That you really want to be doing things that are more living memorials, so that if you had a student, for example, this example he gave, that really loved the mountains and loved to hike, that you do a memorial that was a day dedicated to cleaning trails for that student. Or that if you had a student that was very active in animal health and wellness, that you do a fundraiser for the local shelter. But that they not be, you don't want to go back to a school and see the whole school circled with benches that are dedicated to people that those students that are there now do not even know. So really putting into place a policy that states that clearly, and that was the intent here.
Board, we do need to approve or change this recommendation to the board policy, and the number is 7310. Dr. Kaiser?
I'd like to move 7310. If I get a second, then I can speak to it.
I will second the motion.
Okay. The university used to do this for typically faculty, and they've stopped the process. They had benches and stuff, and it sort of the same kind of thing. You start, you know, recognizing that aspect. Right now, Chico High is in the process of doing their veteran memorial, and it's still being developed. But that's for an entire classification of people. It's not individuals. And I think that, you know, when you think about it, you want education institutions to be celebratory and not dealing with things that might be causing ongoing grief to people that knew them, but also confusion to people that never knew them. So anyway, the university has stopped this, and I think that recognizing the loss of a student or staff member in a different way rather than setting up something in concrete is very much appropriate.
Any additional discussion? Okay, then I think we're ready for a vote. We have a motion and a second to accept 7310 as presented tonight. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Dr. Kaiser, did I hear you vote? Thank you. It's unanimous. Thank you, Erica. Okay, I believe we're now on to discussion of agendizing items on upcoming times, dates, months. Anything that anyone needs to suggest? Okay, seeing none. Caitlin, yes. Ms. Dalby?
I still haven't really figured out this process because it feels clunky and kind of uncomfortable for me because I never know how to word things properly without being able to like explain what I'm trying to say. So please bear with me. So before tonight, I've had a conversation with one of our staff about data collection and in particular surveying our families and how our passive surveying methods might not be reflective of the whole of the body, statistically speaking. So if we want significant results, we're not necessarily surveying in a way that might be statistically significant. Mr. Lando also brought up tonight something similar about outreach to families and making sure, and actually this was a concern for you and Mr. Tennis as well, just that we know that the outreach to our families is going to elicit a response that is representative of the population and representative in an equitable way as well. So we have been doing great outreach to our targeted groups, and if we wanted to do outreach also to our all groups, that we have a way that isn't just going to elicit responses from people who have very strong feelings, but people who have the range of opinions or buy-in or feelings about it. So what I would like to ask is if it needs to be, this is where the gray area is for me. I don't know if it needs to be a board motion that, like, I would like to say we need to research and develop a targeted surveying method and outreach method for our families rather than the passive send it out on Aries and hope for a good response method, essentially. I don't know if that's something that can just happen or if we really need to like set it into motion as a board and say this is a policy that we need to actually put into place and develop over the next few months as we're doing really important outreach work, not only with the equity piece, but also with our reopening plans and our recovering from COVID, essentially.
Okay, I was just going to turn to you, Ms. Daly, because I think I understand Caitlin's concerns. If you could give us some direction on how to accomplish this for all of us.
So I think this is a much bigger conversation than just surveying. It is, the outreach, how do we hear the voice, as Mr. Lando mentioned earlier, from our students? How do we ensure that we're getting the voice of our targeted students? How do we ensure that we're getting the voice of parents that maybe want to be involved but didn't, for whatever reason, did not know? So I think that I will say I need help in understanding other ways that we can do outreach. I'm very familiar, obviously, with our current ARIES, with our school site methods of getting information, of sending out surveys. Erica does a fabulous job with getting information out on social media. But I think I would like to see this with board agreement, that this be something that we put in as a board workshop and really spend some time looking at what is a comprehensive communication plan that can target all of those moving parts. And I don't think it's something that we can do in the next 2 weeks. I really think it's going to take a lot of
I didn't think it was going to be for next board meeting, but
and I'm going to need a lot of education too. I think this is going to be something we all need to do some research on. So if we could bring this up as a workshop topic and certainly get some board member participation to help steer us in the right direction, and I think we have some people that have some expertise in that area, so that would be great.
And we set our board workshop topics for next year in August or July? In July. So put this down in your little note paper that we already have a topic, and we'll select the month and the liaisons at our July meeting. Caitlin, does that meet your need?
Yeah, I think my only concern is that in the next few months, we're going to be doing some of that outreach, like for our LCAP and the equity statement, and I just want to make sure that we're ensuring that all groups are being equitably represented. I don't want anybody to feel like anybody's being unheard, whether it be from one end of the spectrum to the other. So that's just my only concern about that timeline. I mean, that would be great to do that. I just am a little bit concerned about sooner than later.
There isn't a statistical significant way to do it without quite a bit of planning.
I know. I get that. Yeah. I just wanted to put the issue on the table.
Yeah, so the LCAP is already in its draft form coming forward, so there, the changes that would take place at that now would be at the board meetings coming forward. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that it would play a big part there. It certainly will play a part in getting the equity statement developed. Mm-hmm. So if any of the board members have some suggestions and expertise they want to shoot my way, shoot Jay's way, we certainly are happy. I mean, Eric is really our communication expert as well, but we communicate with her. So always open to ideas. Communication is one of those things that you can never do too much of, and it's never completely done.
And this is
So-
just a, definitely, well, not just, it's, part of this has come out of all the surveys that we've seen this year. So it's that quantitative data collection piece as well.
And I do know through some prior research that a district such as Oceanside, for example, does have a person who works on their team that is specifically working for parent engagement. I don't know on what level, but it's worth looking back at that and seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other suggestions? Are we to the motion to adjourn? Yes, we'll be adjourning to closed session.
So moved.
I'll second the motion to adjourn. All those in favor, we're headed to closed session. We will announce any actions when we return.
And I'm going to throw something out there to the board. In checking with Jim, there's really nothing new on the negotiations side. So that is not something that's urgent. The next meeting, there will be the MOUs that are coming forward. So the negotiations part is wrapping up. And then on the superintendent's evaluation, I still need to meet with Eileen and Tom to set a timeline and some goals for that. So unless the board has a need to meet on their own, I do not have anything that we need to have closed session for.
It looks like Kathy's, you do. Okay, Kathy, we want a few minutes in closed. Huh? You were joking? My granddaughter says I am one of the most gullible people she has ever met. You have just confirmed that.